set of specifications. Fairly technical work. It's kind of stuff you use architects and engineers to advise you on. We would have about 6 months to get that done. It has to be done by about 1 November. Secondarily, the bill directs the chair, I guess that would be me at the moment, to advise the secretary on the facility needs study and to help write specifications for a contract that would be led to an engineering firm to go around and study all 292 school buildings in the state. It's a major undertaking. So 209 then gives, assigns this board further responsibility.
It strikes me as a little bit strange in that on the weighting study, we're not doing the nuts and bolts, but on the facility stuff, it sounds like a lot of nuts and bolts.
Yeah, well, it is different. I agree. Different committees, different approaches.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, this is Kim, and to Bill's question, in the category of like breaking down rules for us doing the broader what and the agency doing the more technical how does this land in our category?
I'm blanking on the rule number. There it is. I guess it's 6,000. Rule 6,000 is a rule of the State Board of Education. And it specifies the rules of engagement if you're a school district and you want to apply for state construction aid. It makes reference to a couple key documents, one of which is this capital budgeting formula, which has always been the duty of the state board to devise. This has been so for a couple decades. So I'm not able to address the what-how differential that you're speaking about, Kim. That's a conceptual structure that you and others like to use. The legislature isn't thinking that way. The legislature is looking at who owns this rule. The answer is us. Who owns that capital budget formula? The answer is the state board. Well, you need to update it because we're going to have to use it. That's the logic.
And do we imagine that this will be, so in our new breakdown of who owns which rules, did we even address this rule?
Yes.
And where was it on that proposed list? I don't recall. And I don't
where it is now in S-166 is that the rule would go to the agency.
So in the timeline, how would that work?
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question. As you know, I'm not an attorney, but my take on this would be that if S-166 passed and the rule became the duty and authority of the agency, and if 209 passed and directed the board to update the formula, both would be so. That is, I don't think it would change anything. 209 would persist as a directive of the General Assembly to do something regardless of who owns the rule. That's a question that can be sorted out at a later time, and perhaps attorneys would have other views on it. But the General Assembly can tell anybody to do anything that it wishes to. And it doesn't, there's not any obligation that it meets some test of what or how or who owns the rule.
But wouldn't we want to advise the consideration of the update of that rule to be to be with those whom actually own the rule at the time, so that it would be reflective of whatever happens. These are being handled in two separate committees, and why we would invite ourselves to reinsert ourselves in something that is we are for a reason passing to the agency, I think would not be providing the best advice to that committee on how they form their language.
So they haven't asked our advice on this. And
I think so. They wouldn't know to necessarily ask that because it is being considered separately from the S-166.
well, I agree, but they've been informed about that. I think we can talk about this further, especially when the thing comes across to the Senate, where there's complete awareness of what's developed in 166. Either way, there's going to be a lot of work to be done there. There's certainly the first part of having the board chair involved is a more general thing. I think the chair of the Vermont Superintendents Association is designated, and the commissioner of buildings and public works is also designated as 3 advisors to the secretary in formulating the contract for facility survey. So let me just...
I don't mean to beat a dead, and I'm just suggesting that we've been talking about where we add value and where we don't, and it would be a very specific sort of set of experience that would lend itself to that. And it feels like if we want to engage deeply with the waiting study in the fall, it just feels as though it would be a well-spent outreach to the committee to perhaps invite them now to have their language reflect that rule needs to be updated and not mandate who does it.
Well, fine. I'll take that up offline. They're going to direct who's going to do it, so it won't be left unspecified. I'd like to just move on. Let's just see how we're doing on time. Yeah. Suzanne, no word from Dan?
I believe Dan's going to join in just 1 second. If we could just hang tight for just a second.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dan.
Here's Dan.
Sorry I couldn't be with you today, physically or virtually. I have to head over to participate in a press conference, so I'm going to leave. I've got about 10 minutes, I suppose.
All right.
But I will say, I just wanted to say right up firstly, I won't be, I'll be recusing myself as part of the Matthias deliberation.
Of course.
For obvious reasons. Obviously COVID-19 has taken over much of our work. Those preparations are underway. It's been a rapidly evolving situation, public health emergency, and so forth. Our focus right now has been in the last 24 hours, in the last 12 hours, on new guidance and order the governor has directed in terms of providing child care through our K-12 system to support the children of essential personnel, so we can ensure those essential personnel are available to provide the public health support that we need them to at this critical moment. Made a lot of progress on provisioning of meals for students. I feel pretty good about that. We were out in front of waiver requests with the USDA that's necessary to serve meals in a non-congregate setting. So we almost have all SUs approved to do that at this point. Working through a variety of labor issues. On the one hand, we're making an appeal to all educators to show up to work. At the same time, we don't feel comfortable forcing people to do that if they feel uncomfortable for their own health or the health of their families. So that's been a challenge. We are ensuring that all staff get paid regardless. What we're trying to do now, really, this idea of education continuity is, in this 2-week closure period, is to ensure firstly that we're just maintaining academic support as best we can. Obviously, people are scrambling to do that. At the same time, we want to make sure our most vulnerable students are being supported. And then lastly, we want to use this time to prepare for what could be an extended period of school closure. I'm not sure that'll happen at this point, but we want to make preparations now while we can, which is why we need folks to show up to work. In the event of an extended school closure, we're going to shift our focus from maintenance of academic or an educational service to, obviously focusing on continued student growth and achievement. So that's a different concept, and we're going to be doing a lot of planning at the state level and with locals for the provision of online learning and so forth, which I think high schools around the state do that more or less pretty well. But as you know, there's uneven bandwidth access across the state and not regular access to students at home in terms of laptops and so forth. We're going to have to probably be more inventive for the provision of those services at the elementary level. So, obviously that's what we've been working on pretty aggressively. We've also, inside the state government, you should know, we've dispersed our workforce in accordance with the governor's directive. So we're, largely the AOE staff is working remote, and we have the technology to sort of still keep all our operations going and so forth. Trying to think what else. There's a request in the agenda packet regarding giving me some waiver authority on the 175 days.
Yep.
And it seems like months ago when I drafted that. We're in a different context now, but I appreciate your consideration of that. I think that would be helpful.
Dan, just a question on that. Is there a reference to 10 days in there? Is there any change you want to have made in the language of the motion to be passed?
When I wrote that, it was more or less to conform with what was then still is to a certain extent the 14-day quarantine aspect we were looking at.
Right.
I think 10 days during the work plus 2 weekends, more or less adds up to 14. Honestly, I don't know if additional time period will be required. I think that probably would be addressed with future emergency order as necessary from the governor, but whatever you think appropriate at this point. We're not sure yet, if extended school closure would be warranted. I've basically told school districts under my authority that, waivers, you should operate now in this 2-week period as if these 14 days are attendance days for school, and or that a waiver for such would be granted. So they're just trying to operate as normal as they can with other concerns. I didn't want that to be one of them. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So whatever you'd like to do in terms of supporting that would be appreciated.
Well, I wonder if
So John,
Yeah,
John, I was going to suggest, the 10 days caught my attention as well, and I was going to suggest that we remove a limit on the number of days, and then we give Dan full authority. I think given everything that's going on, the last thing we need is the extra red tape that the agency needs to have to navigate through and come back to us. Clearly, this is an emergency, and we need to speed things up and provide Dan with as much latitude as possible.
Right. We could say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then along those lines, I know that a question for Dan. I know there's a lot of things that are moving very quickly, but to the extent, I'm thinking some of these creative solutions the administration's coming up with, most recently the child care issue. It would be helpful to know if you have a sense of, what kind of emergency rulemaking the state board may need to undertake to help enable some of those solutions. The sooner we can get a handle on that, then we can plan maybe for some future meetings to address emergency rulemaking if that's necessary.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. I'll try to keep you apprised through John as best I can. Hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Suzanne, do you have, has Emily Simmons made somebody available to us?
Yes, Donna is going to be calling in at 10, so we have a couple of minutes.
All right. Let's do student reports. Kyle, do you have a report for us?
I don't think anything new to update. Just trying to stay quarantined and dealing with the current situation. That's nothing new.
Thank you, Kyle. Sabina?
Hi. So our school obviously is doing its best to try and keep, us learning and everything. So we start online classes on Monday. So our teachers are spending the next 2 days kind of preparing online courses and sending out emails. We're lucky enough that our school provides each student already with a personal Chromebook. So every student should have access to technology. Not sure about Wi-Fi. I'm sure that they're taking care of that at the, high ends of our school. They're figuring out how to take care of students who don't have that kind of access. But our school held a blood drive. So right at the beginning of the corona scare here in Vermont, we were able to get that out of the way, because as a part of student council, that's one of the biggest things we do. So we were able to, there were a lot of precautions. They were taking people's temperature at the door, but we were able to do one of the biggest events of the year that student council is in charge of. That was very nice. And then unfortunately, I was out Friday and then Monday and Tuesday because I had a sore throat and I did not want to cause any more damage than that's already going on. So that's kind of it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how teachers handle it, because I know I definitely have some teachers who are not as tech savvy as others. And so seeing how this all plays out is going to be pretty interesting.
Indeed. Well, we hope that goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board announcements? Any board members who have pertinent news or anything like that? Hearing none. Then let's get started on item F. Donna, are you on board?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Donna, for being with us. Oliver and Donna, how do you wish to proceed?
This is entirely Oliver's here for support needed, so we should definitely get our back to her.
All right, Oliver, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is a follow-up to a question that I raised at last month's meeting, and this concerns the decision of the state board some time ago to transition the school districts of Arlington and Sandgate into the Southwest Supervisory Union, which would then result in the dissolution of the Bat and Kill Valley Supervisory Union, which is the smallest supervisory union in the state. This was action that was taken technically separate from the Act 46 process, but it was raised as part of that. And it was raised as part of that process for a number of reasons. And namely that, as the timeline illustrates, this has been an issue that's been ongoing now for close to 10 years. So for those of you who were on the board at the time, when we issued our order back in, I believe it was November of 2018, the initial recommendation from the AOE was to have this activity complete by July 1st of this year. The affected supervisory unions at that meeting asked for an additional year to allow for some additional time to help with planning, et cetera. And the state board acquiesced to that request and gave them until July 1st of 2021. I raised this issue at the last meeting because it had come to my attention through some public meetings of the Arlington School District that additional time that had been granted appears not to have been taken advantage of. And my understanding at this point, and this is where Donna can keep me honest, is that although we had authorized Arlington and Sandgate to appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union to assist with planning purposes. That may not have happened yet. And this is all to say, when you look at the timeline of some of the activities over the past decade, the concern I wanted to raise is that this absence of activity makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And there was some evidence, and Donna can speak more specifically to this, that there may be a request forthcoming to ask for another extension or some change. And as you can see from the timeline, for those of you who reviewed the timeline, this has been sort of developing into a pattern now. And my concern is obviously the impact to the students in that region. And I think we should consider reinforcing our earlier order and helping to ensure that things continue to proceed at an orderly pace and hopefully avoid getting into a situation where the affected school districts are coming back to us next year and asking for another extension. Donna, can you maybe provide a few other details?
I don't have a lot. I will agree with you that the state board authorized the two school districts to appoint their members to the SU board, but it never required them to do so. And there wasn't and there was also a time after which they were allowed to do that, but there wasn't a deadline by which they were required to do it. The other thing is that we have been contacted, I think in the very early stages of their thinking, by the Arlington School Board, wondering whether the state board is going to be looking at a more of a statewide approach to making changes to SU boundaries, and wondering whether it might make sense to hold off on this requirement that Baton Rouge become part of Southwest Vermont until it's viewed in light of a much more regional or statewide action that the state board decides to take. I don't know, is Secretary French there? Please on the line.
He's left.
No,
He is not on the line.
Okay. He and I had a conference call with the superintendent of Baton Hill, and so I don't have my notes with me, but I think it was another two maybe of the school board members, maybe three, about this as a possibility. And Secretary Brent said that he didn't think that was a sufficient enough reason to wait. That if they had delay this, or to not have it go into effect, that if they had reasons that could support that, then he would be willing to consider those reasons and consider talking to the state board about that as a possibility. But he didn't feel as though that was significant justification for postponing what he's already ordered them to do. That was at least a month ago, and I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if he has.
Donna, when was that meeting?
You know what? If I didn't look it up. I can try to look it up on my calendar right now as you all talk, and then I can let you know.
All right, Oliver, question for you. So what makes you know or have reason to believe that they are delaying further?
Well, they had specifically requested an additional year for the purpose of having sufficient time to plan for this transition. And based on the fact that they've not appointed any members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, and a review of the minutes of both SUs, from a review of the minutes that I did of both SUs, there's no evidence to see that there's been any planning activities undertaken. My concern is that the additional year they had requested and we granted has, in effect, not been utilized. And then this, recent And then, again, we don't need to go through all the details, but if you look through that timeline, there is most definitely a pattern.
I just checked the calendar. It was Wednesday, February 5th.
Thank you, Donna.
Welcome.
So, Oliver, are you suggesting that either the board or the agency should communicate with these communities and say what?
I think we need to reinforce the original order from November 2018, make it clear that we expect them to proceed against that timeline and that there will be no further extensions granted.
Can
Question.
I have a few queries.
We have other unresolved issues or that need to be taken care of, or is this the only one?
Could you hear that question?
Yeah, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
When you say the only one, the only districts that have
That's
been
still
stoned.
not resolved.
There are no other districts in the state that have been slow to implement that either of you can bring to mind? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Donna?
As far as SU boundaries changes, no, this is the only one. I'm aware of.
Thank you. Kathy, you had a question?
I do, but I apologize for my ignorance here. But Oliver, last board meeting, I asked whether or not this was outside of the Act 46.
And the technical answer is yes.
So,
It came up in the context of the Act 46 because the report from the agency, the sort of the preliminary draft plan, if you will, made some recommendations for the state board to consider around supervisor union consolidation, and this was one that was highlighted and one the board at that time, although it was separate from the Act 46 process, did go ahead and implement at the recommendation of Secretary French. And that was done because, as you can see, this is not new. This has been going on for close to 10 years now. And it's when you review the timeline, it's an action that's been it's been something that's been out there for was originally recommended when the superintendent at that time retired, and it was seen as an opportunity to move forward with some consolidation because as an SU, it's so small they have challenges around staffing critical business functions such as the business manager, et cetera. There are a number of issues that have been raised over the years, but there has seemingly been some reluctance on behalf of the two-member school districts, and that's important. There's only two school districts within the SU to move forward with any consolidation, and you can see there's been this pattern of requesting various extensions to the actions that have been required of them over the years. And
Yep.
what tends to happen is there have been changes in administration. I think we've now had 3 different commissioners or secretaries of education, and nearly the entire state board has turned over. So, in the midst of that, they tend to get lost in the shuffle. And I think it's important that we hold their feet to the fire,
Well,
particularly since they asked for this additional year.
yeah, and I understand that, and I would agree. It's horrific that, they've fooled around with this for 10 years, and over the years, many people have had their hands in helping them to do that, right? But was the only reason it was left out of the Act 46 discussion because this was already in play? And was that the right decision? And is there any legitimacy in them thinking that them acting on it under this, this provision here, might be different if it were under an Act 46 discussion. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I understand holding their feet to the fire, but is there any value in them thinking, well, this might change anyways? Is that discussed?
Yes, Donna.
Oliver, may I step in?
Yeah, go for it.
The decision that was made by the state board regarding Catskill Valley was under section 261 of Title 16, and that's been around, I believe, for a very, very long time. It may not have been around since the municipal district. It's been around for decades, and that's independent authority that the state board has outside Act 46, outside of anything else, that you have the ability on your own initiative or at the request of school boards, the school district board, to change boundaries of the supervisory union, and that is authority that you have that has been, as I said, in existence and has been exercised many times over the last 20 years or for however long it's been in existence. I don't recall, and perhaps the chair recalls, the reason that you decided to do this separately, but I think that perhaps it was just that you considered it just cleaner, that you weren't, under your Act 46 order, the only SU boundary changes that were made, I believe, were those that were associated with a district merger, such as in up in the far northwest corner of the state. There was a district that moved from one supervisor's union into another because of the mergers that were occurring.
That was in my
This
district.
and Blue Mountain are the only two that I can think of off the top of my head where there was just a straight up boundary change. And this you had as a separate order under your existing authority,
Okay, so
rather than the Act 46 authority.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
answers the question, because this decision here of those two districts would occur whether Act 46 occurred or not.
That's correct.
So that's what this is
The
about.
conversation began long
Right.
before Act
I know it
46.
began before, but also Act 46 discussion would not have changed it either, is my point. So this
Correct.
is still what is needs to be done despite the Act 46 discussion, right?
That is
Okay,
correct. And,
okay.
and one of the issues, I mean, there's a whole raft of issues, but they've been operating for 10 years with interim superintendents.
So can I ask a question on that one? Did the state board, and how long ago did the state board approve the hiring? I'm assuming they have two separate superintendents.
Oh, they've had more than that.
That's true, right? Yeah. No, but I mean, like those two districts which were trying to redefine those boundaries currently have two separate superintendents. And I heard you say that with the retirement, you thought that might take care of the situation. Have we had to, as a body, approve the hiring of a superintendent, interim or otherwise, for either of those separate districts? And when was the last time we would have done that, if so?
The answer is yes, and that's actually what triggered this whole process. If you look at the timeline when this all started, it was triggered by the retirement of the Battenkill superintendent, and they came to the then Commissioner of Education for authority to hire an interim superintendent. They originally requested a 2-year contract, and I think a 1 year or something like that was approved. So the short answer is, they have been authorized to hire interims, and I know certainly that's what triggered it, and there's reference to that in the timeline. I don't know the specifics of how many other times that's been authorized since then.
So, Board, how would you feel about asking Oliver to frame a letter of inquiry or that would invite representatives of both school districts to come see us and explain what progress they're making?
I guess that may not, it's Kim again. I'm thinking, does that not have them thinking we're
Yes.
reconsidering the expectations? I think that invites conversations
I would
where we
agree.
really are not
Well,
seeking conversations.
why don't
We are
we-
reminding them there is no other option. Get it done.
Well, I would certainly begin by saying that. Then perhaps we simply make that assertion and see where that goes.
I would agree. I
That would
think
be
by
my
asking them to
recommendation.
come before us, we may be leading them to think that we really care how come they haven't done anything, and I don't know that we do.
So how about if Oliver and Donna draft a letter to that effect? And we can circulate it for comment and get it out of here before the next meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, we would, if it's to come from the whole board,
Yep.
we would need to approve a draft at our next meeting unless the board wanted to formally authorize, I would suggest you as the chair to send a letter along those lines.
Yeah. Well, what's your pleasure, board? You can, we could either have Oliver and Donna draft it, circulate it for comment, revise it, and then you have directed me to send it. Or we can have Oliver and Donna present a draft to you for your action at the next meeting.
I'd prefer that you just go ahead and do it, and I'd be willing to make a motion to that effect.
I would agree.
Is there other conversation?
I would second
The only-
that motion, Bill.
Yeah, the only thing I just want to be careful is that we're not commenting or deliberating offline on the contents of the letter. I think we authorize you as the chair to send a letter and, making the points that have been illustrated, and we leave the language up to you as the chair. And obviously, Donna and I can probably help you offline, but I think we need to take care not to have a quorum of the board engage in drafting the letter.
I'm
I
comfortable.
agree, and I would feel completely comfortable with that. I feel like if Donna and those of you most familiar take the lead on getting it done, I would be fully in support of that.
Other comments? So, Bill, you want to try to make your motion, please?
Yes, that the chair issue a letter to the two districts to, what would we say? What is the action we're asking about them?
So I'm going to just suggest, Bill, that when we say two districts, it's the two supervisory unions that the letter should be addressed to.
Oh, yes,
And
okay.
simply that the state board is reinforcing its earlier order and expectation, and that no extensions to that date would be
Okay.
you-
I will move what Oliver just said.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Kathy. Is there further discussion that the gist of the letter will be as Oliver described it, drafted by Donna and Oliver, and to be signed and sent by the chair on behalf of the board? Further discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Thank you, Oliver.
All right, let's go down through the list. Kyle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenna?
Yes, aye. Sorry, I done you.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
JC? Yes. The ayes have it. You've approved the motion. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both. We're due for a break. We're a little bit early. We're expecting Tammy Colby to join us. Suzanne, do you expect Tammy to join us at 10:45?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's take a break for just 10 minutes and come back at 10:35. And I want to continue our earlier discussion until 10:45. So 10 minutes and then come back, please. Thank you. They can hear us?
All set.
Can you all hear us? Yeah, we're all back?
Yeah.
Okay,
Here.
good. So,
Yeah, here.
good, thank you.
Peter, who's there?
Here is Bill Mathis, Kathy Lavoie, Colin, the videographer, and JC. Okay? So I'd like to just carry on a little bit from the discussion that we interrupted. And by the way, before I do that, I skipped over the public to be heard. Are there any members of the public online who would like to be heard? Hearing none. We'll ask again later in case somebody comes on.
Excuse me, John, this is Suzanne.
Yes, Suzanne.
May I ask you to do another roll call, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sabina,
Here.
Kyle,
Here.
Jenna,
Here.
Oliver,
Here.
John O'Keefe, Kim,
Here.
Peter,
Here.
Kathy,
Here.
Bill, here, John. Thank you all. I'd like to just pick up on sort of thinking ahead a little bit about what's on our plate. The first thing that's on our plate is that we have to finish the rulemaking process for Act 173, that is the 1300 rule and the 2360 rule. As I told you, on Monday of last week, we began the process by filing with ICAR. That went well, went smoothly. There are now a half dozen major steps along the way that have to happen. And we have to make sure they happen so that at the completion of this APA rulemaking process, and by the way, we may need to modify the rule. The whole purpose of the rulemaking process is to get public input and to make any modifications to the rule that are indicated to us by the public input. So we're not at a final rule yet. We have about a 6-month process to get there. So there's that project. You might see where this is leading. I'm going to be outlining to you a handful of projects that the board is going to need to undertake over the next, through the end of this year and beyond. And I'm going to send you a note over the weekend outlining these projects, and I'm going to ask you as board members to sign up to be a point person on each of these projects. So that there will be 4 or 5 projects, and I'm going to ask you to think about which one you'd like to sign up to do. Because as I'm sure you know, there's a lot that goes on between board meetings. And so far, only 2 or 3 board members are actively involved in those lots of things. And for your chair, it's frankly quite overwhelming. I'm probably putting in 30 to 40 hours a week.
Oh, God.
And it's frankly unsustainable, despite some kind assistance from 2 or 3 of the members. So we need to get all of you involved in driving these things. So this is not a board that you just meet for one day a month and that's it. There is work to be done in between meetings. I know many of you have much busier lives than this old chair does, but we need your talent as well as your time. So one of the projects that somebody needs to be the point person on is driving the APA process through to completion. A second big project we talked about at length last meeting is the Rule 2200 revisions that are dictated by Act 173. We reached agreement at the last meeting that we would seek the General Assembly to delay formal implementation of that rulemaking until 1 March of 2021. Presently, we're supposed to start formal rulemaking on November 1. The Rule 2200 modifications for Act 173 will be pretty complicated and will require somebody to drive the process, just as we drove the process with 1300 and 2360. I would say that I don't think it'll be as contentious between the agency and the stakeholders when it comes to 2200 as it was during the 1300 rules, because the agency, I think, doesn't regard itself as having a huge stake in what happens with the independent schools. I'm sure they'll have views, but I think the actual drafting of the bill, of the rules, may wind up being done by board members as well as stakeholders, as well as the advisory group and the agency. I think it'll be a more balanced participation. So one of you is going to need to step up and say, all right, I'll be the point person in making that happen. So you can think about that.
John?
Yes.
John, can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is that the continuation of the work that the advisory group is doing, that which I've been attending on
Well,
once a month?
It sort of is, Kim. Frankly, I don't think that the advisory group is likely to have so much input on this. They're welcome to, and I'm hoping they will. But, you know, they really didn't talk much about the independent school rules. Mm-hmm. And my hope certainly is that they will continue to play an active oversight role. But it's going to be the Independent Schools Association, the visa people, and this board, I think, and the agency, who will also have views on that. Certainly the visa people are going to be very aggressive in advocating for their point of view about this.
But the LEA is the one who is setting the special, the IEPs for students and are the funding authority, as I understand it. So I guess I am asking that question because while I may not have the capacity to take on a second separate advisory group thing a month, if it is likely to be the continuation of this work with a similar group, and that's where they're, pivoting their focus, I'm happy to remain in that role on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
I would possibly not be able to do that if this is an entirely second set of monthly commitments.
I don't think it's...
So I think that's worth clarifying.
Yeah. We will. Good. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you for that offer, and I need to have a conversation with Megan Roy to see what their involvement in this wants to be. A third project is the weighting study field excursions, or whatever you want to call it. Bill would have it be a plan and recommendation. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to take some work. I can tell you, as the person who organized one hearing in Rutland, it was a ton of work. And we need to do 6 of these.
We're proud of you, John.
Yeah,
We
thank you so
appreciate it.
much. Thank you. And we need to do 6 of these. And so there's a parcel of work there. I'm not including anything at the moment about 209, the capital budgeting business. And then if 166 passes, that is the reform for the legislature, for the state board passes, we will need to update our own rules. The Rule 1200 series will definitely need to be updated. And I might say parenthetically, back on 2200, I'll be real quick. Tammy, are you on board? Not yet. All right. Suzanne, maybe you can let us know if you see her come on.
Yes, she just emailed me that she's trying to connect, so I imagine it will be in the next couple of minutes.
Good. Just another piece about Rule 2200. One of the objectives in our draft of 166, the reform, was, we shed a whole lot of essentially administrative duties off the board and onto the agency where they belong. One of those was approval of independent schools. Because the agency does all the work, for good or for ill, and then we rubber stamp it, which seems to me a massive waste of time and just a very confusing, who's responsible? So we were eager to have the agency take over sole responsibility for that, including approval. Because we write the rules, we do the what, if you will, in Kim's language, and the implementation is the how. The agency fought for, Secretary French fought.
Hi, this is Tammy Colby.
Hi, Tammy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Can you stand by for about 4 minutes? Listen in, if you will, and we'll be ready to go in 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. So the agency fought against the transfer of that authority from the board to the agency. And the bill, as it currently stands, retains the board's authority over independent schools. That is to say, nothing is changing with regard to that piece. That still could change again in the House Ed, but it's going to be a long reach. The agency was almost frantic in its desire to avoid having that final responsibility, which is very curious. I never
That's
got
very curious.
adequate explanation. Let it be said simply that we, for the foreseeable future, are stuck with that arrangement. And I think that we may want to take a closer look at the agency's review process for how they evaluate schools before they recommend approval. So that could also be a piece of updating or revision to the 2200 rule series. And that would be something that I would want one of you to take the lead on. It's a bundle of discrete work around how do we do the evaluation and approval of independent schools. So that's yet another. So by the weekend, I will send to you a kind of summary and timeline, sort of a Gantt chart, if you will, of these projects and when they need to unfold over time. Some of them go all the way into 2021. So let's leave it at that for now and switch gears yet again. Tammy Colby, we welcome you very much to being with us. Thank you so much for being available and for speaking to this board. We have received your presentation, and most of us have it in front of us either in paper form or electronically. We are at your disposal, and we have at least an hour. We have as much time as you want. Tammy, did I lose you?
Hi, I'm here. I had you on mute. I apologize for that.
Okay.
That way you wouldn't hear all the dogs barking in the background.
Okay.
I think we're all being flexible these days. Thank you again for inviting me, and certainly,
Secretary French can weigh in here as well as I go through.
Tammy,
I did share with.
before you start, Secretary French is not available for this conversation. He has to be with the governor for a press conference this morning. So you are the top, you are at the top billing, the best we got. And in addition,
okay, great.
In addition, of course, there will be questions toward the end of your presentation.
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple ways I can do this. One, I can sort of walk you through the slides, but I thought maybe, you know, I expect that many people on the board have had some familiarity with the study and sort of where the conversation has been. And so what I thought is maybe I would talk a little bit extemporaneously here about the big picture, and then we can drill down on specific slides, and I can point you to which slides when we do that, just because I'm not there to go through slides. So how about if I just sort of start with some big picture kinds of things. The first thing I think is important to remember is that this study was requested by the legislature in Act 173. And in addition to the formal request in 173 for the study, it's also important to remember that the agency has an obligation to at least every other year evaluate the weights that are in the equalized pupil calculation. So I think just as a little bit of context, so the study was requested, but in addition, the agency has this obligation to evaluate the weights every other year. What are the weights? You know, currently, I think let's just step back and remind ourselves like what we're talking about here. Our finance formula is one of the most complicated in the country, and weights in our formula don't operate like weights that operate in other states. We don't have a foundation formula. So what are the weights and where do they sort of plug into all of this? The equalized pupil calculation, right, is really the key equity mechanism in our finance formula. So back under Brigham, as we all can remember, one of the key premises of Brigham was to make sure that districts or towns that, for example, have the same per pupil spending should be having the same tax rate, right? So that's our taxpayer equity piece of this. But there was a second piece to that, and that was to acknowledge that $12,000 hypothetically, right, per pupil spending in one town might buy something different than it does in a different town. And the formula in Brigham as well acknowledged and understood that there would be differences in cost of education beyond school district control. And that's a really important thing to keep in our mind, right, is that really what the weight and what this equalized pupil calculation is intending to do is to adjust for differences in costs that are outside school district control. And in doing so, it is intended to make sure that we are essentially equalizing those per pupil spending amounts in sort of the purchasing power of those dollars for ensuring equal educational opportunities. So it's not just $12,000 of real spending, it's $12,000 of equalized pupil spending, if you think about it. And what that means is that our equalized pupil calculation that we have right now is that mechanism that adjusts spending across school districts for differences in costs that are outside of their control. Now, the whole formula only works, right, if the weights are appropriate.
Right.
Right? So if we can do all the work on the tax side, right, in equalizing tax rates for similar levels of spending. But if the weights aren't working and we're not adjusting spending or costs, right, for differences of costs across school districts in the state that are outside their control, then we really haven't adjusted the costs in a way that are equalizing both tax capacity and also equalizing opportunity. So these weights play a really important role. For many school boards out there, you know, the equalized pupil calculation and also citizens feels really murky, and it is murky because to get to the number of equalized pupils in a district requires us to take into account the weighted pupil count across every single district in the state. But in the end, what that means is that the approach to our equity approach here is not just taking taking into account the differences in cost in one district or the differences in cost across districts, and then equalizing that across all school districts.
Yeah.
So what is all this to say? That means that the weights that are in the formula play a really critical role in ensuring that the equity obligations under Brigham are met. Right? It's not enough to just equalize tax capacity or tax rates. You actually have to do both. And so this study in the legislative request was to evaluate whether or not those weights are doing what they're supposed to do, which is effectively taking into account the differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And so we were asked, and this study we did, was awarded to the team, which included the University of Vermont, but also some national experts in fiscal finance, and Dr. Bruce Baker, who was also grew up in Rutland, and his mother actually was on the State Board of Education at one point, and American Institute for Research in those two Atchison and Jesse Levin. So I'm here talking for a team. Our job was threefold, was to evaluate the current weights, which we have right now are for economically disadvantaged students, English language learners, and secondary level students, and whether or not those weights are appropriate or should be modified. Number two, consider whether there are new cost factors in weights that need to be incorporated. And what that would mean is that the existing calculation is not, if new cost factors are needed, then what that tells us is that the existing approach to equalizing people is not taking into account a full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And then the third thing we were asked to consider is was the special education census grant calculation and whether or not there needed to be adjustments. So that's kind of the big picture. I'm going on to slide 3 now. The differences in the cost of education, I think we have to recognize, come from two different places. One, differences in student needs, right? So recognizing that schools don't get to choose their students, and students come to school with dissimilar learning needs, such as socioeconomic backgrounds, that require different types and levels of educational support for them to achieve common outcomes. And this idea of common outcomes is really important in this study because that's the hinge, right? We want to make sure that all districts in the state have sufficient resources to student needs so that they're achieving common outcomes. And that really translates into this idea of equal educational opportunity. The second thing is we recognize the differences of cost of education. Schools in different contexts may also require different levels of resources to provide equal opportunities. In particular, we can think of scale, right? Small versus large, and also the prices they have to pay for key resources. So when we think about what might be the kinds of cost factors that you could consider in a weighting formula, right? We think of them in terms of differences in student areas and context. So moving on to slide 4, I think the other sort of grounding principle to remember here is that all state education formulas across the country include adjustments for differences in educational costs across school districts. Vermont's not alone. 30-odd states have a foundation formula, and the way they handle that is they apply weights that change the amount of state aid that the district gets. We had a foundation formula before we changed in 1997, but our weights don't work that way. And that's something I'm going to talk about repeatedly today, is just reminding ourselves that changes in weights do not generate additional revenues for school districts. All we're doing is they generate additional tax capacity. And so there are really two ways that states nationwide adjust for differences in costs. One is by identifying specific factors that account for the differences in costs, and then developing policies that direct aid to them. Now, how you can direct aid to school districts can come in the form of weights. But we also have to remember that categorical grants are also the other way that states can use, the other policy levers that states have to direct additional aid. I'm on slide 5. And so Vermont's existing school funding policy, and I'm going to be real careful about that language. I'm not talking about the funding formula right now. I'm talking about funding policy. And a funding policy Vermont has categorical grants that provide supplemental funding for specific programs and services. The three big ones are the small school grants, transportation grants, and our special education grants. And we also have the weighting, right, for district average daily membership, and that's used to calculate equalized local per pupil spending. I want to talk about the categorical grants for just 1 minute. Categorical, why would or could or should states use categorical grants versus weighting mechanisms, right? Because these are two different ways that you can adjust for cost. In good public finance parlance, categorical grants are for specific and targeted purposes. They come with restrictions or conditions on those dollars, and they are intended to provide supplemental aid for specific purposes. The weighting is intended to adjust for costs to the general aid formula. And so you can think of categorical grants as being specific and specialized, and then we have a general aid formula that we also might adjust it. It's important to keep in mind that we have the difference between the specific and targeted sort of policy levers and our general aid formula. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. So if we look to slide 6, just to remind ourselves, Vermont's education funding formula uses weights to calculate the number of equalized pupils in a school district. And in doing so, the weights are an implicit adjustment for spending differences by equalizing per pupil spending across districts according to differences in educational costs. And they impact tax burdens to pay for budgets that are passed by school districts. They don't generate additional revenue. And so the weights, all the weights really do in our formula, although they are a primary equity mechanism, is they're adjusting tax capacity, right? And so the idea being, if you look at the next slide, this would be in my package, slide 7, if in fact an equalized pupil number goes up, right, assuming the same level of district spending year to year, the cost per pupil in a district budget goes down and you see lower homestead tax rate. If the number of equalized pupils go down relative, right, to everybody else, the cost per pupil per district goes up and the higher homestead tax rate. How and why is this an equity mechanism? Well, it's all grounded in this basic assumption around local control. And that's the other thing that makes our formula so different from what we see in other states. There's a fundamental assumption in our formula that says that local school districts can, will, and also know how much they should spend to ensure students get to proficiency or some level of commonly accepted or sort of required level of outcome. So with that assumption, then the equalized pupil calculation changes the cost, right, the local cost associated with doing so. But we also know that that's a pretty big assumption, right? And I think we can all think of districts in the state that may historically spend below that level. And it may be because, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, but the weights are off and the cost of spending more dollars is too expensive and they can't do it. Or they just have different preferences for education. We also might be able to think of districts that spend very high. They may not be very efficient. That may be because dollars are cheap for them, because the weights don't work appropriately, or maybe they have different preferences for education. Nothing in changing the weights will address that issue of local control, right? In fact, the existing funding system is silent on that, right? And that's how our system is set up. And so one of the concerns that has been raised, and it's a legitimate one, is even if we made changes to the weights, how would we handle differences in educational quality and preferences? And the answer to that, I'll just be real clear up front, is that requires that's going to require different policy mechanisms. But that doesn't absolve the legislature, in this case the General Assembly, of its constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient system. And so the weights are an integral part of making sure that we have a fair and efficient funding system. But there's nothing in that part of statute that deals with maintaining or other kinds of mechanisms I want to be clear about that. So our existing weights on slide 8, we have 4. We have a weight for economically disadvantaged students, which is 1.25, English language learners 1.2, and secondary students 1.13. One of the things we were asked to do in this study was to go back and say, where did these weights come from? Like, why do we have these weights? Have they been updated? And the reality is that the value of the weight for economically disadvantaged students predates Vermont passage of Act 60. It was a holdover. We can find no evidence or no research that supports how the 1.25 was generated. And so it really is a historical artifact of sort of pre-Act 60. Very similar story with English language learners. Again, the value of the weight predates the passage of Act 60 in 1997. So both the weight for economic disadvantage and the students, these weights are over 20 years old. They haven't been adjusted since. The English language learner weight was based roughly on a study that was done in Maine at the time that suggested that the additional cost of educating English language learners in one school district in Maine was about 20% more. That study was done several years prior to Act 60, and that was some of the justification for why that weight was developed. It was identified at 1.20. Again, it hasn't been changed. So, again, the 1.2 is an artifact that has existed pre-Act 60. The weight for secondary students, and I want to point out that secondary students is grades 7 through 12. Sometimes people think this is just a high school weight. It's not. It was also predated Act 60, but in 2017, an AOE report evaluated the secondary weight and found that it might need to be around 1.18. We also know that the weight used to be 1.27, and it was reduced by the legislature in the early 2000s to 1.13. So there's been some changes around the secondary weight. The only real empirical evidence that has been generated in Vermont around that was the AOE report that suggested that, at least for high school, it should be 1.18. We also have a pre-kindergarten weight at 0.46. Pre-kindergarten was not in the scope of our study, so our focus was on K-12. So how did we approach this study? Right, so our study consisted of a number of different components. The first was a large number of reviews with stakeholders around the state to understand how the weights were working, their perceptions of the weights, and any opportunities or challenges that were generated by the existing weights. We also did empirical analysis to actually evaluate the values assigned to our weights, and we did that in a couple of different ways. We used national, regional, and state data to actually model the cost differences associated with the student. To identify those factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control, and then for those factors, model what the additional cost differential was. And I think the important thing to remember there, and I'll come back to this again in a minute, but just sort of to anchor our conversation, is although the weights we end up recommending are generated on Vermont data, we actually did the modeling using national, regional, 3 different sets of models on national data, on Northeast region data, and Vermont data to triangulate across those 3. I think, we wanted to make sure that when we looked at Vermont data, that we weren't getting some sort of Vermont-specific artifact. And the answer, as you'll see later on, is we didn't. That the numbers in Vermont are very, very similar to what you see regionally and nationally. So let me stop there. It's always hard when you're on the phone. I can't see if people are falling asleep or nodding. Are there any questions so far?
Yes, Tammy, this is Bill here.
Hey, Bill.
Hello, welcome. When you talked about foundation weights and so forth, a weight is only making sense if it's against some kind of base, like it's 1.25 times the base. What do you use for a base here?
Well, so and I'll talk about this when we talk about our modeling, Bill, but since we're using cost function models, the base is the common Russian. So what the constant under Russian would be is the average per pupil expenditure, actual expenditure, right? When you're controlling for all these other factors. So in practical terms, that would be a student who is a non-low income, non-ELL, non-special ed student in a non-population sparse district who does not attend a small school.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're working backwards from our data, or were you using national data for that?
Well, right, remember we run 3 sets of cost function models, and so in each cost function model, we're doing the same thing. So there'll be an average at the national, in the national model, there'll be an average in the regional model, that's your constant, and you'll have the average in the state model, which is the constant. So what that means then, Bill, is because the weights are so similar, it doesn't matter what the base so much is attached to, that this really represents the additional incremental cost over and above a base.
Whatever it is, right.
Strictly driven by your regression equations?
By the cost function model, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And if you go to Appendix B, Bill, you can see, right, so the first step was actually to calculate the dollars, and then what you do is you create the ratios to give you the weight. The dollar amounts are actually listed in Appendix B if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty.
So, Tammy,
Okay? Yep.
Tammy, this is John. So if the present ratio weighting for disadvantage is 1.26, is it too simple to say that we estimate equalized pupils by multiplying the total number of pupils by 1.26 to get an equalized population?
That's correct. That is an oversimplification. If you go in the report, there is a table that actually shows how the calculations work under existing law, and it shows how the calculations would work under the simulation.
Yeah.
And so remember that before you can get equalized people, you have to create for each district in the state a long-term weighted per pupil count.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what happens, right? And that's how you get to that, right? So you take the weight. First of all, you create a long-term average membership for PK-12, and that's over 2 years. Then you adjust it, right? Because some of the weights are additive and some are multiplicative, right? And then you adjust. Then you start your adjustment, and there's a very specific calculation that is used. And we outlined it in detail in the table in the report.
Right.
But basically what that does is it gives you, for every single school district in the state, a weighted long-term membership.
Understood. So
Okay.
you begin with...
And then what happens to get the equalized pupil is you take that weighted long-term membership for every school district in the state, right? And so maybe you have, I'm going to make up a number. Maybe you have 1,000 kids. Your average daily membership statewide is 1,000 kids. But your weighted long-term membership, if you apply all the weights, 1,500 kids, right? So what the equalized pupil does, and this is, I'm going to use Bill Talbot parlance for those of you who've been around for Bill, right, is you create this thing called the factor, which is, right, the constant that deflates the 1,500 kids down to the 1,000 kids, right? You following me?
Yes.
Right? So then so in this example, that factor would be, 15. And then you take that 15 and then you multiply that, right? So then you deflate everybody in the state by the same factor down from their weighted count. And that's how you get the equalized pupil. And all that does is, right, the weighted count is your weighted count. The equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's weighted count and your share of that total, right, of the statewide total.
Yeah. Yep.
So if everybody's poverty goes up at the same rate as yours, then you're going to be deflated, and that's the only weight we have. Then everybody's sort of deflated, right? You're deflated at the same rate. So it's not the case that we apply the weights and that just gives us our equalized pupil count. It gives you each district's weighted count, but then the actual equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's count. Does that make sense?
I understand that.
Okay.
But my question goes to, if for example, at the moment where 1.25 is a weight for
Poverty.
economic disadvantage, and does that in effect say that if it costs us $10,000 to educate an average student who comes from, a not small school, who is not disadvantaged, and so on, so on, so on, and it costs $12,500 to educate a disadvantaged student? Is that what that is saying?
Yeah. What it's saying is that we see this is the difference between weights that are using a foundation formula and weights that are using an equalized pupil calculation. Our weights are not applied to a dollar amount. They're applied to pupil count. And so what that means is that we can't compare weights from other states to our weights because it's apple and oranges. We're weighting up the number of pupils, right? Which is different than weighting up the dollars.
Why do we have to do it that way?
Why don't you talk to the legislature?
I mean,
this is how, right? So I think this is important to recognize, right? So we had a foundation formula before 1997, right? And that went away with Brigham, and this was the formula that was designed in 1997. Well, and subsequently through some modifications. So let's just stick with the 1997 sort of line in the sand. This is our formula, and this is one of the things that I've had to talk to people about as I've explained the report, because oftentimes I get the same question is like, boy, is that convoluted? Why aren't we doing that way? What did your study say about that? The purpose of our scope was not wasn't our task to create a new formula, right? Our task was actually to evaluate the weights that are in the existing formula. And so that's the box in which we have to work. Now, if you in the legislature and everybody else wants to get together and create a new funding formula, go for it.
Tammy, let me ask something. Let me ask something about that.
And that's part of the reason I started out the conversation with saying this is how, let's just remember how the weights work in the context of our formula now. And so, no, we can't say that this is just 25% more spending, for example. It's not. It's 25% more weighted per pupil that is then equalized across all school districts.
Got you. Okay, thank you. Bill, you have a...
So, but I think it's a great question, and it's a super important point, because one of the things that's happened in the context of the findings from this study, and I get this all the time, is, well, our weights look really different than New Mexico or someplace like that. And the answer is like, yeah, of course they do. It's not that our weights are super high, or like, we can't talk about them that way because our weights don't work like New Mexico. And so we can't really, it's not even apples and oranges, it's like apples and grapefruit, right? Like, it's like you can't compare that way. And that was part of the reason it was so important in this study to make sure that when we did the evaluation of the existing weights, that we not use just Vermont data, right? And this was part of our strategy, which was we wanted to make sure that when we did talk about, we generated the weights that were appropriate for our formula, that we used we generated it based on 3 different models that we triangulated across, that we used national, regional, and state data, right? Because otherwise the critique could have been that the weights that we came up with are some sort of Vermont, artifact, back to Vermont is unique argument. And the reality is that that's not the case in our recommended weights. When we ran the models and we did the same calculations that we did using 3 different data sources, the weights look pretty doggone similar. And I can talk about that in a minute. Other questions?
Yes, Tammy. So if I've got this right, what we have is the weights are relative values against each other. They do not have a base or an adequacy kind of foundation.
No, they don't, and they can't. They can't because we don't operate a system that way, Bill.
Hey, Tammy, sorry to interrupt, but somebody is not on mute and there's background conversation. So just a reminder, if you're not on mute, please put yourself on mute.
Thank you, Oliver.
They don't work that way, and our weights don't work that way by design, right? And so it's not like other states, and I know you're really familiar with the school finance world, and that's great, because what you're doing is I think you're drawing a terrific comparison for us, which is in many cases the weights, just like John said, are applied to some dollar amount which has been defined as adequate, right? And so you're saying, okay, so I'm going to make up a number. $12,000 is our adequacy amount, and then we say 25% more is what's required dollar-wise to bring a low-income student to adequacy, right? So our formula doesn't work that way. So we can't. So the weights we derive can't work that way. Now, could you go and try to figure out what an adequacy number is in Vermont and develop weights? Yeah, you could. Certainly the work that Larry Picus did a few years ago, he suggests an adequacy number, and you could certainly work off that number and create weights. But those weights, if you did that, you could not put those into our existing statutes because our calculations that are in our statutes don't work that way.
Tammy, then.
Go ahead.
This is Kathy Lavoie. Then, when you say that you use national, Vermont, and regional data for this comparison, and if our weighting is for number of students versus dollars spent, how did you do that comparison? Are you saying
right?
How did you back into?
We did back into it. So, and I can talk about that. Why don't I flip some slides here? So
Okay.
If you go to slide, I'm going to skip over the stakeholder input and come back to it. So I'm on slide number 13. So the way that we develop the weights, we can do this with any sort of data set, right, is we use statistical models to go in and say, and when I talk about statistical models, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of students. And you can look and you can model and identify what are those characteristics of students in schools that predict differences in outcomes. And we call those risk factors. And so you can do that with national data, right? I can do that with regional data. I can do that with state data. And so we did that. And interestingly enough, the risk factors are the same for whether or not a student meets proficiency in Vermont. It's the same set of risk factors if it's a student who's in the Northeast, and it's the same risk factors for a student who is national. See what we're doing here, Kathy? So what we're doing is we're running Vermont, and then we're testing and saying, do those same assumptions hold when I look regionally and when I look nationally? And the answer is yes. Then what we did is we said, okay, based on spending data in Vermont, what do we know about the additional spending that's required to bring a student to common outcomes? And we can figure that out using ex-ante data from AOE. And so we figure that out. And then we can create a ratio.
Okay, yep.
And then we can run the same model with regional data, run the same model with national data to check and see, so in Vermont, that all that's different in the ratio of cost. And the answer is it's not. So so how we develop the weights, we can use different data sets, right? And our use of the regional and national data set was really used as a check to make sure that the Vermont data weren't abnormal.
So
we weren't getting something that was what we call that Vermonti effect. The reality is that the addition, right, that that the margins for these differentials are pretty much the same, whether you're a kid in poverty in Maine or a kid in poverty in Nebraska, right? So on average, it takes school districts in Vermont the same sort of additional level of resources as it does in Maine and Nebraska. And that should give us a good deal of comfort, right? Because that means that we're not picking up a Vermontian effect, right? That what we're doing in Vermont is pretty similar with respect to the the additional levels of resources that are necessary to bring kids up to common outcomes. So,
Sorry to interrupt again, but there's still somebody's not muted. I can hear a press conference in the background. I'm really pleading with people to please mute.
So if there are any members of the public who are joining the call, we're happy you're here. But please mute your call. We're getting background noise that's very distracting.
I don't have anything on in my house, so.
No, I'm sure you don't.
My dog.
Suzanne, is there anything going on where you are?
There is not.
Are you able to tell what
Yeah, I
it is?
can hear it too.
I can't know who it is, but I can hear it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and the phone number is 802-622-1256. That's where it's coming from, whoever that is. So can you selectively mute that one from your end, Suzanne?
I cannot.
Can you identify the caller?
I cannot. I can only see the number.
Well, one option, you drop the caller and have the caller call back in.
Yeah, you should be able to do that, Suzanne, if you're the host of the call.
Would you do that, please, Suzanne?
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
Still coming through.
Can we have everybody call back in?
But Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did. My next question is at the beginning.
I'm going to send a text message to that phone number, so maybe they'll get that muted.
Thank you.
Sure. Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did, and it leads to another question. Given how complicated this is, you had said in the beginning that the agency must evaluate the weights every other year. That evaluation, if it's done to this same level, is complicated to begin with. What was that evaluation that the agency was to have been doing, and have they really been doing it?
No.
Tammy?
They're all gone. Everybody's gone now.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is you don't need to be that close to the mic.
Oh, okay. Is it really loud?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Thank
it's okay,
you.
No worries. It's
Thank
fine.
you.
Perhaps we can do it.
Just one number that wasn't muted.
You know, our number is 802-262. 802-622-1256. Was that the number that all of our...
I thought he said 621, but...
Okay.
That's what I heard.
No, if you average all the formulas across the nation, Mississippi's got a base level of 3,000. Massachusetts got 12,000. Those categorical weights are going to vary a great deal.
Hello? Suzanne? I think we're... okay, I'm just going to dial in. Any recommendations?
I don't. Is it Skype?
No, it's, yes, it is Skype.
don't really. I don't know that program too well.
We have a number.
I have the number here.
Oh, okay.
Call it in.
Never used that guy before.
They're all trying to get on and we're not on, so they can't join, right?
I think so, yeah.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID. You're now joining the meeting.
As the host.
Again, we found
Oh my
This
gosh.
meeting is being recorded.
density statistics. And less than 36 persons per square mile is 0.23, 36 to 50, less than 55 is 0.17, and 55 to less than 100 is 0.11. And then we have the grade range. Again, we found that on average, actually, for grades 6 through 8, that was a relative cost factor, and that the cost that there were additional costs at the middle grades that were different than the additional cost at the secondary grades, and so the weight for middle grades enrollment is 0.23, and the weight for secondary enrollment is 0.20. So I want to talk about this enrollment and population density weight, and now I'd like to actually move back in the presentation to slide 9, where I talk about the stakeholder perspective. So we interviewed lots of people, including some individuals who are on this call, around the state about the existing waste, their opportunities and challenges, and lots of other things. And so what did we learn from that? We learned 4 big things. There was a general consensus among the stakeholders that the existing cost factors did not reflect current educational circumstances. And what that meant is 2 things. One, that the existing weights, there was a general sense among the stakeholders that they were insufficient, that they weren't appropriately weighting for differences in cost. And second, it also means that many people felt that those cost factors were insufficient, that there were other factors that are other than the 3 that are currently in the formula that account for differences in cost across schools. 2, again, the values of the existing weights have weak sides with the still differences in the cost of educating students with disparate needs. They're operating schools in different contexts. 3, and this is really important for what we're going to talk about next with the weights, our recommendation of weights, is that the state small school grant program is problematic in its design and operation. In fact, I would say that there's just uniform frustration around this. And 4, that there's a need for targeted and specific grant aid to support schools struggling to meet different and increased levels of student needs, trauma, and mental health concerns. Moving on to, we also then talked to stakeholders quite a bit about the special education block grant. That's been a concern. What we found is that stakeholders were mixed in their perspectives on the need for potential adjustments to the grant calculation for differences in student poverty across districts. And we really heard a continuum. At one end of the continuum, one person said the sky's not going to fall. The other end of the continuum, there was a real sense of correlation between poverty and disability is strong. And somewhere in the middle, people were really saying it's too soon to tell whether the grant will be a problem. One caveat among the individuals who felt like there might be challenges with how the existing calculation is operating is that stakeholders who were concerned about the census grant will be calculated also recognized that in part their apprehension was tied to concerns about challenges with the existing system for weighting pupils. And what do I mean by that? We know from the report from 2017 and also the field work done for this report that the existing reimbursement mechanism that's used for special education right now is used by well-meaning educational leaders as a financial backstop. What do I mean by that? That means that the existing special education funding formula is one of the only ways that a school district can get additional state aid, right, for struggling students. And we know that school districts that have struggled On their general education side, particularly districts that serve higher concentrations of students in need, have used the special education reimbursement mechanism as a way to bring in additional state aid to help them fund their Tier 1, Tier 2 supports in their MTSS system. So in talking to, in fact, several superintendents about that specific issue, what we learned was is that the apprehension about the census block grant, which essentially some people feel as if that's going to cap their special education funding, right? What it does is it functionally stops the ability to tap into state aid on an as-needed basis for 60% reimbursement for struggling students, that they would feel less apprehensive about that if they thought that the weights on the general education side, particularly for poverty, were working well, right? So, for example, one superintendent explained, he says, you know, I live in a high poverty district, right? But the poverty weights aren't giving me enough tax capacity to spend what I need to spend on the general education side. So the only way I can get sufficient dollars in my system is to refer those children for special ed, and then I get reimbursed at 60% on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. So I think so there's a connection between the concerns about the census block grant program and the existing weight. Moving on to slide 11. It's also important to point out that the stakeholder perspectives on the small schools grant. Stakeholders were uniformly opposed to continuing the small school grant program as it is. I mean, we didn't talk to one person who thought it should continue as it's operating now. In the words of one stakeholder, everyone is looking for a better way forward. Nearly all interview participants view the small school grant program as fundamentally at odds with the policy goals articulated in Act 46. There was general agreement, however, that the state still needs to figure out how to support geographically necessary small schools. In the words of one stakeholder, we don't want to create disincentives with respect to Act 46, but we want to address factors that stress schools and impact risks for opportunity. And in general, stakeholders felt that incorporating weights for school size and plurality in the equalized pupil calculation would alleviate concerns relating to the small school grant program and also get rid of some politics around this. And also going back to my original comment, right? Remember the small school grant program is a categorical program that provides, right? And yet the small school grant itself is supposed to be a general aid, right? The small school grant in and of itself is supposed to be providing general aid. And so you can kind of see the mismatch here between the use of a categorical program and general aid and sort of the outcomes of doing so. So if we take that and we go back to slide 15, where the recommended weight for equalized pupil calculation is, in our charge for the study, we were, right, so the weights are the weights. And the weights, you can't, the weights are all contingent on each other, right? So you can't just choose to adopt one weight or another. You can't choose to phase in the weights and sort of ramp them up to a certain value. But you can make policy decisions about where and how to apply some of these weights. And so in our simulations, because we were required in our contract to simulate several policy models, one policy model that we simulate was to only apply the enrollment weights, which are essentially for schools less than 250 students, in population-sparse areas of less than 55 people per square mile. So the enrollment weights would not be applied in case to all schools less than 250 students. It would only be applied in cases where a small school was located in a school district in a population-sparse area. And in the report, in the appendices, we list all the schools that meet that criteria. If you want to see, there's also a list that JFO put together that's available that shows how that list differs from who receives small school grants right now. And you'll see that there's some overlap, but really when the dual criteria are applied, what you really see is on average, small schools in geographically sparse areas really equates quite well to geographically necessary small schools. These are schools on average average that due to transportation, due to where they are, really are schools that we would have a really difficult time consolidating any further. Any questions?
I'm grateful for that explanation. I'm sorry, Tammy, it's Kimmy Gleason, and I had the opportunity to hear you run through that. Hi. Previously as well, and I just felt as though that, especially as a takeaway from the material, is really helpful to understand. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Tammy, this question goes, beyond the scope of the work you were asked to do.
Is this John?
This is John. I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, if you guys could just introduce yourselves, it's hard.
Yeah, sure.
Like you know what I'm talking to.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So you've looked at a lot of other states that use a foundation aid formula in a very, very different and, I gather, more comprehensible way than our system works.
Well, I don't know if I said that. I want to be careful, but what I said was that it's certainly different.
Do you have a sense that states that use a foundation aid formula with weighting for student characteristics produce desirable outcomes in terms of allocating resources where they are most needed, or do they not?
It's all over the map. And, right, and I think we have to remember that the state aid formulas are one arrow in the quiver of state education policy. So you have states with foundation formulas, for example, Illinois, which is one of the most inequitably funded states in the country. It has huge gaps. Bill backed me up here, right? And so, it's not possible to say, oh, well, one funding formula equates to equal educational opportunities. It requires, right, the funding for, the way I like to think about it is funding is a means, not an end, right? And so, but it's not the only means that gets you to where you want to go. And so some states package their funding formula with other kinds of policy and practices and resources in ways that result in higher outcomes than others. The other thing you have to remember, and this is not part of this, but Bruce Baker's done a lot of work on this, we also have to remember that we just have states with different levels of spending power overall. And so you have these issues of capacity and effort. Mississippi, for example, could tax itself to death, and it still couldn't spend what Massachusetts did, right? They just can't, because they don't have the same tax base. And so it makes it really difficult to draw sort of big generalizations about, well, if you do this, this solves this solves for X, because the equation is far more complex than that. So I want to be careful about saying, well, if we go to states with foundation formula or states that do foundation formula this way have better outcomes. We simply just can't say that.
Tammy, this is Peter Pelt, related to
Hi, Peter.
To that. Hi. So this is not a panacea to what we might say is the inequity that we see in education, particularly the rural world. But
it's part of the puzzle. It's part of the puzzle.
Well,
let me tell you.
Can I just say what we're seeing? I live, in Woodbury, on the edge of the Northeast Kingdom, and we see young talented teachers being, allured with higher pay to districts that can afford more, and there's not much we can do about it, and we're battling excess spending thresholds and whatnot at the same time. So I just don't know how this is actually going to transform the quality of teaching and learning opportunities and leadership.
Right. So there are a bunch of different things there that are important to unpack, and so the first thing to say is that the funding formula in and of itself cannot solve all gaps in educational quality across the state. It can't, nor is it designed to. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. That simply changing the funding formula doesn't necessarily do that, right? It's an and in both. The second thing to remember is that regardless, you still have a constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient funding formula. Our findings are absolutely conclusive that the existing funding formula is not fair nor efficient. And so there's a constitutional obligation to right? So that's an issue. But to Peter's point, right? So I would suggest we have an and in both here, and I'm sorry Dan's not here, because Dan has talked about this in his testimony, and I don't want to speak for Dan, so I'll refer you back to his testimony, but I'll do my best to sort of paraphrase it, and then you guys validate what I say, right? So you need a fair and efficient funding formula. That's a cornerstone of any equitable educational system. And our system is not operating that way. The weights are out of whack. I mean, they're grotesquely out of whack. Right? I have said to people, it's a little like going to the dentist's office after you've not been to the dentist's office in 20 years, and you're all upset that you've got 20 cavities. Well, you haven't been to the dentist's office in 20 years. Our weights haven't been updated in 20 years. It is pretty unrealistic to think that they would be operating as they should, right? Many states update their weights every several years. They need to, because the cost of education change. The second thing, to Peter, to your point, though, is, this is particularly important for school districts, I'll say the NEK, but also, we've heard down in Wyndham and places like that, is I think you have to recognize that districts are challenged to spend what they need to spend to provide equal educational opportunities in rural, low-income areas because the weights aren't adjusting appropriately for differences in educational costs. Right. So what would it mean for a district to have the weights reset for poverty and rurality and sparsity and, enrollment, for example? Well, it could mean that the equalized pupil calculation goes up for those districts, which means then their per pupil spending, right, goes down for the purposes of the tax calculation. The goal is not that they take a tax cut, but they continue spending, right, that they continue at the same tax rate, and then they have additional dollars to spend, right? So that's part of it. But Peter, to your point about the excess threshold, and I think a lot of districts haven't quite understood this, is that also will bring you down below the excess threshold. Part of the reason that these districts are bumping up against the excess spending threshold is because the weights aren't working, right? So what happens when the weights are calibrated appropriately is it will actually bring the per pupil spending down, right, for the purposes of the threshold, right? And you see small rural districts that are really struggling to spend what might be considered an adequate amount of money, and the weights aren't working, right? Then what you see is two things. You see they're bumping up against the excess spending threshold, or they're taxing at a super high rate, or they're not taxing they're taxing at a rate they can afford, and they're spending too little, and you're seeing educational quality gaps, right? It's one of those three, right? But flip it over on the other side. What does this mean for districts? There are districts that benefit from the existing calculation too, right? Because it makes money cheap for them, right? And so not having the weights work also contributes to the big spending gaps we see in the state. And I think, 20 years hence, we can see how this is really played out, right? So if you're in a district, right, where within the weights, because remember that the equalized pupil calculation is relative to everybody, right? And so if the weights aren't working right, and you're in a relatively affluent district, where the weights really don't matter as much for you, then the dollars that you're spending are cheaper than they would be relative to other districts in the state who are being disadvantaged by, for example, a poverty weight that is underestimated.
Do you think weights should be mandated to be reviewed more frequently?
I have a.
Well, I mean, it's in the legislation. I mean, it's in statute that they're supposed to be reviewed every other year.
Yeah,
To
that's right.
AOE's credit, though, right? Reviewing the weights is not something, and you read this in the 2017 report that Rebecca Holcomb published for the secondary weights, Dan French can tact, right? To do weights the right way requires the level
Exactly.
of effort that we put into the study,
Yep.
right?
Right.
Now, do they need to be used every other year? Probably not, but certainly every 5 years, yes. And so part of what has happened, again, back to my dentist example, right? If we had been recalibrating weights every 5 years, theoretically, you probably wouldn't see changes as large as what you're seeing right now. The other reason you may be seeing large changes now, and this is important to remember, is we're not even sure that 0.25, for example, for poverty was the right weight in 1997.
To begin with. Yep.
Yeah.
It may not have been. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was too low then, right?
Right.
And so it puts us at this really challenging moment policy-wise because this feels like a really big shift. And you look at the simulations, and people talk about winners and losers, and I'm opposed to talking about winners and losers. I'm just going to talk about that there are changes, you know, and they feel like big changes. Well, they're big changes because we've let this go for 20 years. And so now we're at a policy moment where it feels like a big change.
Right.
But the reality is that the evidence is conclusive. And again, we've used the most commonly accepted state-of-the-art school finance methods in this study to generate these weights. This isn't hocus pocus. You know, these are the weights. And what the study says conclusively is that the weights we have are miscalibrated, and they're grossly miscalibrated. And it also says that we are not, in our existing funding formula, appropriately taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside of their control.
And if I may, it all goes back to Act 60 when politely thinking was being done, and the small school grants thrown into it. And we're really trying to get education equity back into focus.
It's a difficult conversation, and part of our role, and certainly I play an interesting role because I live in Vermont. But, you know, the role of the study and our role is to provide sort of this objective evidence. And so we've been really careful not to talk about, you know, what happened in there. I mean, the reality is we are where we are, right? And where we are is that, you know, the weights that we estimated are what you see on slide 15.
Right.
If these weights were implemented in the next year or so, it would have implications for tax capacity across all school districts in the state. Because remember that because we have a statewide tax system, that any changes impact everybody. It doesn't just impact one school district. It doesn't work that way. So any changes are going to impact all school districts in the state. But to the point is, even if the weights are changed, and I think there's a constitutional argument here that they have to be changed, it does not entirely address concerns about differences in equal educational opportunities across the state. Right? This is not the magic bullet that takes care of all that. It does, however, address some of the underlying fiscal conditions that may be contributing to opportunity gaps in the state. But so it's necessary, but it's insufficient.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tammy, this is John Carroll again. If there were a statewide teacher contract, so that all teachers in the state were compensated on a common scale, would that be another piece of facilitating equity?
outside the scope of this study. You know, I think, you know, the way to answer that question, I mean, so I have the benefit of doing a lot of, so another work unrelated to this study. So I'm taking off my hat as the person who did this study for a minute, right? So I've done a lot of work around equity issues with the distribution of resources, in particular teachers, right? Qualified quality teachers and quality teaching. And what I can tell you is that, you know, that there are ways to assess differences in teacher quality and qualifications across school districts. And we know that economic incentives play a significant role in how to, right, in recruiting, retaining, and distributing teachers. So to the extent that you have a statewide contract or other policy mechanisms that address, right, basically that can impact teacher decision-making about where they work and where they stay working, that is certainly a piece of the puzzle. That does not, however, address potential differences in teaching quality. Teaching quality has to be addressed using teacher evaluation, right, and mentoring and professional development. That requires other kinds of policies to do that. And I answered kind of that question. That question I'm answering based on my other expertise and background in research. That was not something that we did in the context of this study.
Understood. Thank you. Board, are there
if the board is interested in that, I have other research. I'd be happy to come in and talk to you about what we know from other states some other time, if that would be helpful.
Yes, it would be. Thank you. Board, are there other questions for Tammy?
What about, do we really discuss this special education block grant?
There's a question here, Tammy. This is John again.
Yeah.
Kathy, why don't you pose your question?
It's around the evaluation of the special education census block grant.
Oh, thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kathy. Yes, we need to come back.
And right, because if I'm understanding it, the impact of the incorrect weights has a greater impact when our special education is a census block grant than if it were a reimbursement. Because of the dynamics of the money, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it has a greater or less an impact. I would just say
or it has
a connection.
It has a connection, right?
Right, and I think that's I think you really hit on an important. I'll talk about the recommendations in just a minute. But I think you hit on a really important point, which is, and something that comes out of the study, I hope, when you read it, which is we have to think about funding policy holistically, right? Oftentimes we think about changes to the small school grant or the special education grant, for example, separately. And one of the things that we really want to sort of how we wanted to reframe the conversation is that all of these things are related to one another. And when you take, it's not, you can't just tinker with one without thinking about the other. And so I really appreciate you bringing up that point. To your point, right, so we did evaluate the assumptions in the special education block grant based on the stakeholder input, and also what we know around what Act 173 implementation to date. Our recommendation at this point was that we could neither recommend nor we have no recommendation at this point. What we mean is we found no evidence in favor or against adjustments to the grant amount, and I'm going to put this in like bold-faced letters, at this time. And the at this time is important because it's really hard to talk about how we might change the block grant calculation when we don't have regulations yet, where the calculation isn't even set. And we also might be making these other changes to the general education plan. And so our concern was with making a hard and fast recommendation on do this or don't do this at this time, was that minus those important pieces of information, that we all would really want to stand behind. And so I guess our recommendation is that for now, that we needed to wait to make changes to the special education block grant. That doesn't mean that they won't be needed in the future. It means that, in our expert opinion, it's too soon to come up with a potential adjustment that would be fair and something that everybody would want to live with for the next 10 years, right? I mean, I think we're very conscious around the difficulties with opening statutes and making adjustments to statutes. And I think we were concerned that at this time, there just isn't enough evidence to suggest that it's necessary, and if it is necessary, what it should be. That said, per our contract, we were asked to model several options that policymakers could consider if they chose to make adjustments to the grant calculation. And I think it's important to understand what those options are and what the options really focus on. Right? If you think about how the great thing about the special education block grant is it's actually simple to calculate. The one thing I think in our funding statute that we can, it's the only thing that's predictable and transparent and easy to figure out. Because what it is it's the number of kids times some base amount, and you hit your dollars, right? I mean, it's great. But it means that if you want to adjust it, you either have to make adjustments to the number of kids in the calculation, or you need to make adjustments to the number of dollars. Right, this is the amount, but whatever the per capita amount is, you're multiplying by each kid. And really thinking this through, working with stakeholders, doing sort of different kinds of models, our recommendation is that if it is the intent now or in the future to adjust how the grant is calculated, that the change is not made to the per capita grant amount. So don't come up with some sliding scale that says if you're over this percentage of poverty, but the base grant's $100, for example, and if you're over this percentage of poverty, you get $125 per kid. First of all, it takes the predictability and transparency out of the system. It's difficult to calculate. It would be really difficult to maintain. Rather, adjust the number of kids in the school district to which the block grant is applied. And two ways, and the nice thing about that is you can also tie it back to your general education formula. And what we suggested was one of two ways, and we modeled these in our simulations. You can apply, for example, I'm going to use $100 as your special ed block grant amount. You can multiply the $100 times the number of equalized people in the district, right, which gives you relative to everybody else, right, right, it takes into account the full range of cost factors. That said, for some school districts, right, that would be deflated. That might not be a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Or you can take that $100 and you can multiply it by the number of poverty-weighted kids in a school district. Two very clear and transparent ways to do it that would adjust for differences in student need across districts in a straightforward way. It also be a straightforward way of maintaining the formula, and for school boards in particular, for each year to really be able to figure out their block rates. So those were our recommendations. If policymakers wanted to move forward with any kind of adjustment at this time, but our real recommendation is that at this time is that it's just too soon to know what would be an appropriate adjustment, and the risk with doing something right now is that you do it wrong, and then somebody'd have to go back and undo it, and that it might make more sense to wait until the formula has been implemented, or at least we have a clear sense of implementation, and then make the decision. Did that answer your question, Kathy?
Yes, thank you.
Debbie, this is John. Any other board questions? Hearing none. Tammy, we thank you very, very much. This has been, my head hurts.
Well, I hope we wrote a report that didn't give everybody a headache. We really worked hard to write. This is pretty technical stuff, and our goal was really to try to prepare something that was accessible to a wide audience.
Yeah. Your piece is just fine. It's how it knits into all the rest of the calculations that become it makes it so obscure for ordinary people like myself to comprehend how it really plays out. But it's certainly valuable work, and we thank you for your work and for making the time to tell us and so many other people about this important topic. We thank you. Any final comments?
Well, I'm happy to answer any other questions up for you or the board members. You feel free to email me, and I'm happy to get back to you on
Thank
those.
you. And I hope we will take you up on your offer about talking about teacher quality and how that might systemically be addressed perhaps better than we do now.
Yeah, it's a really important, right? I always talk about, I mean, it's a great segue to this study too, because we have to remember that dollars buy things. It's not the dollars that create educational opportunities, it's the things that we purchase with those dollars.
Yeah,
and we know
that's right.
that the biggest ticket items that dollars purchase are teacher time and talent. And we have to think really carefully about what talent and time look like, right? It's like, what are we buying with those dollars in terms of just, full teacher qualifications, but what teaching quality looks like, and also how school districts allocate the time that teachers spend, right? Those three things, right? That's the three legs of your stool for instructional quality. But you have to remember, to even get there, you have to have sufficient dollars in the system. But once you have sufficient dollars, then you have to really think carefully about how you invest those dollars, particularly in instructional quality. And teachers make up the lion's share of that.
Of course, of course. Well, that's for another day.
That's right, that's right. Okay, I'm back to homeschooling.
All right. Tammy, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
wish you well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, board, I guess the governor's press conference has ended.
We don't hear it anymore.
We don't hear it anymore. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, about 5 minutes, 7 minutes ahead of our scheduled break, which I think we will take now, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp. But you will call in to the deliberative session. I'm sorry, no, it's a public session to begin with, because we have to entertain the possibility that in the Macias case, that Mr. Macias or his representative might wish to present to us, in which case perhaps then also the secretary's attorney might wish to present to us. They've been given the opportunity. To my knowledge, they have either declined or ignored the notice that they may speak to us. The attorney who is representing the board, or guiding us, if you will, kind of as our hearing officer, George Belcher, will be with us at 1 o'clock, and we will hear from him about where things stand. We've allotted 30 minutes for presentations by the appellant and the agency, 15 each, which is item K. If there are no presentations, then we will just move on to item L and go into deliberative session, and then for that, you would need to make a different phone call. For now, when you come back, you can either stay on the line or you can sign off and dial back in. When you come back in on the same number and the same conference ID that you did to get here this morning. Okay.
John, can I make a suggestion? I know the governor's press conference is over, but we have no assurance that the stray caller is not disappeared completely. So it might be advisable if Suzanne could completely terminate this call.
Yes.
And then we all redial in at 1 o'clock, and hopefully that the stray caller will not return.
Agreed.
Or if they do, have the courtesy to go on mute.
Agreed. Before we leave this,
Good idea.
So that's fine, Suzanne, if you'll please do that, and then all of you, 5 minutes to 1, not later, please dial in to the number you used to get to this call, and use the conference for the general public conversation. Then we'll deal with going to deliberative session subsequently and separately. All right? So Suzanne, take it all down, please, and we'll see you all at 1 o'clock latest. Thank you. Then I think we will proceed. I don't see John O'Keefe. I got some email about he's under some sort of emergency stress in his town of which he's town manager, so we'll have to proceed without him. Also with us is Attorney George Belcher, who has served as the board's legal advisor and hearing officer in this case, and I'm going to turn the matter over to George now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is George Belcher. I've been acting as assigned legal counsel to the State Board of Education. Because we're taping this and we're now considering the appeal of a contested case, I'm going to put on the record that the date is March 18th, 2020. We're here before the Vermont State Board of Education. The matter being considered is the appeal of In re Mario Macias. The docket number is LI 17-253. The board members who are participating have just identified themselves on the record, and I need to put on the record a few things. First of all, the time is 1:05, and neither of the parties who are involved in this have appeared, nor have their counsel appeared today. This matter is an appeal from a hearing panel decision, and I need to advise on the record that notice of the report of the subcommittee was made to the parties on February 10th, 2020. The appellant's counsel, Mr. Guzman, received his notice on February 13th, 2020, and the appellee, that is the secretary of the agency, through his counsel, received that notice on February 18th, 2020. Concerning today's hearing before the board on March 9th, 2020, a notice was sent to parties that we would be meeting today. The agenda was sent to the parties, and the time frame, that is this particular time, which was given to the parties to file memorandum and address the board directly, was noted on the agenda. And we have not only are they not here today, but we have not heard, I have not heard from either the appellant or the appellee that they were planning to be here. I noticed them that sometimes there's difficulty getting into the building, and I asked that they notify me if they were going to be here, and I have heard nothing from either of them. So I think that's all that I wanted to put on the record before we consider the matter. I would...
Just out of the abundance of caution, is there somebody available in the room who could just go down to the front entrance and double check that there's nobody waiting to enter?
Kathy, would you mind doing that? Thank you, Oliver. While Kathy is doing that, I'll just outline very briefly the next procedural steps. We're going to go into deliberative session. For some of you, that may be a new term. It is a term of art in this case. Statute provides that an agency, and we are considered under the statute an agency, that is functioning in a quasi-judicial capacity, which is what we are doing in the case of the appeal of Mr. Macias. Statute provides that an agency performing in a quasi-judicial capacity is exempt from the open meeting law to the extent that it wishes to deliberate. Deliberate is defined by statute also. And we are about to begin deliberating in the matter of Mr. Macias and his appeal. And therefore, we will do so in what's called a deliberative session. And deliberative sessions are exempt from the open meeting law, that is to say, they may be conducted in private. They're not to be confused with executive sessions, which is somewhat similar, but quite different in many important respects. They are similar in the respect that we can deliberate, but we can, in deliberative session, take no action other than to move to cease the deliberations and move to a public meeting. So once Kathy gets back here to assure that there aren't folks outside trying to get in, we will entertain a motion on your motion list. I think it's called L1, to move to deliberative session. Once that motion is passed, I will then give you instructions as to the next steps. Hang on for a moment while we wait for Kathy Lavoie to return. By the way, while we're at it, are there any members of the general public on the line? All right, thank you. Stand by, if you will, until we get Kathy back here.
John, would you like me to exit the room when you guys go into deliberative?
We will, yes. Thank you. Nobody looking to get in?
Nobody looking to get in.
All right. So we have word that nobody's looking to get into the building to talk with us. And so, am I right now to, so I'd entertain a motion to enter deliberative session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Maybe you could use the motion sheet. That's why it's there.
L1, I move the State Board of Education enter deliberative session to consider the report of the board's review subcommittee regarding the appeal of Mario Macias, docket number LI-17-253.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Oliver Olson. Oliver, seconded by Oliver Olson, moved by Bill McFarland. And then, are you ready for that question? I'm going to go down through the list to take your ayes and nays. Kyle.
Aye.
Kim.
Aye.
Kathy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis.
Aye.
John O'Keefe. Not here. Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Yeah, yes.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes. Aye.
And John Carroll. Yeah, yay. The ayes have it, then we will enter deliberative session. The proceeding on this is, you will all separate from this call, hang up from this call, and then use the Skype meeting information you have been furnished for logging into a separate call for the deliberative session. The only people who have access to that number are board members who are eligible to be in this discussion. And all of you are, except, of course, for the secretary, Dan French, who is not present.
And recused himself.
He has recused himself.
Yes.
And so Maureen will not be on this call, and Colin from RETN will leave the room, and we'll be left with Mr. Belcher, our attorney, and those of you who are present. And Sabina, of course, you are welcome to participate in this in all ways,
I did have,
except...
sorry, I did have a query for our legal counsel on that. If he had an opinion as to whether Sabina is a non-voting member, clearly in a normal proceeding, but this is a fairly unique circumstance. I want to be very cautious about making sure we're doing everything appropriately, inadvertently creating any problems.
George Belcher speaking. My judgment would be that even though she's a non-voting member, she could participate by listening and contributing thoughts. It would be, her contribution would not be a vote, though, and the vote is taken in open session at the end of the deliberation. So I do not see a problem with her participating in the deliberative session.
Okay, thank you.
That satisfies your question, Oliver? All right, then. So are there any questions before we all separate from this call? All right, hearing none, then please hang up from this call and redial in on the designated number and conference ID. Thank you.
So for the record, the State Board of Education has just returned from deliberative session.
And you want to put it on the record that about the time of the checking on their availability? Yes, the time is 1:35, and Mr. Mathis went downstairs and checked to see whether either of the parties or their counsel had appeared, and you found what?
No one was there.
No one was there.
Did we note on the record that Kathy Lavoie did the same thing at about 1 o'clock?
For the deliberative.
Yes.
Good, thank you. So then, are we ready to receive the motion?
Yes.
Would somebody make a motion?
I move that the board affirm the decision of the hearing panel in the matter of in Ari Mario Macias, docket number L1-17-253, the decision of the hearing panel being dated February 14th, 2019, and that the report of the review of the subcommittee dated 2/8/20 be adopted, including the facts, discussions, and conclusions of law therein, and that the appeal of the Mario Macias in docket number L1-17-253 be dismissed, and that the process of the review subcommittee, including the delegation of this matter, is ratified.
The motion has been moved by Kathy Lavoie. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Oliver Olson.
Seconded by Oliver Olson. I will now read the roll and ask your vote. Carl Courtois.
Aye.
Kim Gleason.
Aye, sorry.
Kathy Lavoie.
Aye.
William Mathis.
Aye.
Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Aye.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that. Mr. Belcher, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the board, particularly the members of the subcommittee who wrote the report. They did a very good job, and it's nice to be with you, those who are here, and be with you telephonically, those that are on the phone. Thank you, and I'm excusing myself now.
Very good, thank you. I'm signing this for you.
You can, you need to delete one of the, if Mr. O'Keefe is listed as having been present. And actually, John, I've got that's written on both sides.
Yeah.
Question, should we destroy the materials we've got?
Those materials are public, actually.
Okay.
So you're okay with that? Is that correct?
Yes, but all the material that was transmitted electronically should, as was directed before, be indicated not to forward you should delete it from your computers and that sort of thing.
You want me to date here as well as there?
Sure. And then the clerk of the board will enter it. Needs to be filed with your records.
Could we have a member?
Anyone can enter it. It's the formal date that it became of record. And then I need to get a copy of it so that I can send it to the parties.
All right. Well, can we take care of that offline?
Yes.
Here, I'll give you that. Then you can do that. Yeah, good. Okay. Sorry, everybody, we just had to get the paperwork signed. Thank you all for that. Nicely done. School calendar waivers. So we had a discussion this morning with Secretary of Course to make a change to the motion, but before we get to that, have you reviewed the material and is there discussion with regard to the school calendar waiver? Or on item M, Mrs. Mark.
I
Yes.
only, I support the measure. Like, I think it was Oliver questioning of the 10 days, wonder whether or not we should be so specific on the
Right.
number of days versus an amount, giving that authority to the secretary to
Right.
determine. But I also wonder as well, this is also very specific to the Secretary of Education upon consultation of the Commissioner of Health. And I don't even want to think about what other statewide emergency might come that would be not weather-related and not related to without consultation coming through the Commissioner of Health. But I'm wondering if, I mean, the health of the children would always be the reason for the potential closure of the schools, but that directive may not come via the the Commissioner of Health. Do you see my point?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Noticing that this is bound by this school year, 2019-2020.
Right, there's the other issue. I didn't.
Do you still have the same concern? Because it's a very time-specific action.
That was my third concern. Whether or not it was, okay, all three, it's very specific, and should we be finding ourselves in this situation again?
Well, not in this school year.
Not in this school year, but the law that it is, the waiver is removing itself from it is very specific to weather, which is why this has to be done, right?
That's correct. Well, no, more particularly, the waiver is from the board's authority to make these waivers. That is to say, statute provides that only the board may grant waivers for changes in the school year. And what we're doing here is we're granting the secretary the authority to exercise the board's authority in this matter.
I have a question as to whether it's really necessary, the motion, because the governor has the authority to take emergency actions. And if it goes beyond 10 days, it would be the governor's action that would make it so. And at the end, whenever this is over, we would end up having to ratify in any case, which is what the law says. The closure happens then afterwards, after they exceed the number of days, then you appeal to the state board. And so I'm just not sure it's necessary.
And I guess now I'm not sure what it's doing, because I assumed it was,
You can see it's provided under 16 VSA Section 1071 and in the State Board Rule 2300, both. That it's the board that shall grant these waivers. I might say parenthetically, this is something that we are, in our S-166 bill, proposing to be transferred to the agency since we provide
makes sense.
virtually no value added to this
None.
conversation. What this does is simply says that the board authorizes the secretary to act on its behalf
in this instance
in
only.
this instance.
Okay.
And we would change the language so that it says to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit.
Which is the current law.
For any unanticipated closures in this school year under 16 VSA 1071C, which is the provision that grants us that authority. We're essentially inviting the secretary to stand in for us during this period.
So I think that works fine because it's a very specific situation, and I'm appreciative that we're passing this authority, hopefully back to the agency regardless. I'm just going to share a little perspective in like a local board hat. While the state had not taken action to close all schools, I read it a week ago differently in that I had some concern that if local districts needed to take action, were they not going to be granted the waiver if the state hadn't taken action? It was feeling at the time, a week ago, that the state was slow to react. And would it be that districts may have to take positions in the interest of the safety of their community, because some of this seemed at the time to be very specific to localities. And I was concerned that if they had not jumped through the requisite hoops that were laid out last week, that could the secretary then, in hindsight, say you didn't get the proper approvals, you acted in haste, you won't get the waiver. And so I lay that out as if this had broader implications right this moment, or had broader implications a week ago, that's where I was as a local board member in my, I don't want to call it cynical, but concern with offering this authority without some assurance that there was going to be some deference to the needs of local communities. So the way it's written now, I'm fine with it, and certainly with the actions the state has taken more recently, I think this is appropriate. I didn't want anything to slow the process of giving districts the assurance that they were going to have waivers for this very uncertain time.
I also want to add, is there some timeline on when districts are going to know what that looks like in terms of the school calendar waiver? Because I think that's on people's mind too. Like, what does this mean on the other end?
Right.
I presume that the secretary will notify people that the board has granted him this authority to waive, and then he will presumably make an announcement that will address the question of presumably he will grant the waiver in anticipation.
That's not what this, I'm sorry, but that's not what M says unless I'm completely, the suggested motion.
Go right ahead.
It says, I move that the state board authorize the secretary to on behalf, oh, you are right. I read it completely wrong. My apologies.
Okay. So are there other questions?
I would just think that, and I'm not sure if this is answering a question or asking a question, but right now the return to school timeframe is I think it is those 10 days. Am I correct? Am I counting that right? Like if we began this the 18th and they're going back to the 6th, in theory. So I just wanted to make sure that we are going to get rid of the number of days, correct?
That is
what
correct.
I thought I heard us
That is
saying.
correct.
And then, you know, again, my suspicion is whatever is going to happen on the back end may reflect whatever comes next in terms of directives for closure, but the instruction would still need to happen, I think, and so it's probably minimally offering enough time for districts to get to a place to be able to deliver instruction remotely to whatever extent and for however long probably the governor will indicate is necessary. I think that
Go ahead.
leaves flexibility by removing the number of days and provides some clarity to districts.
Yes.
This is Peter. If I may, we're headed into uncharted territory. I don't know what kind of clarity we're going to try to attain at this point regarding, you know, what we lay ahead, and waivers or anything else. This is just unprecedented, and I don't know how we can qualify what we're going to be doing in the future at this point, but that's my 2 cents.
Are there other comments or questions?
I'll just put on the labor question that Dan, I think, was referring to. Is I could imagine, since there are a requisite number of days in a teacher contract, that if we're at a place where instruction is being provided remotely, those would be counted as days. So I'm just thinking all the way through this, if it may differ statewide on when school calendar is extended to or otherwise, but I think those are just all things that are out there, and I think it will be helpful to have these decisions be made at the state level so that we're not individually negotiating with our unions about whether or not things count as days or how many days we're getting waived for, and is it individual, and have we asked for them by local districts. So just lots of things to put out there that, as to Peter's comment, is really uncharted, and hopefully people will be working together. But I appreciate that the agency is going to try and coordinate this.
Could we have a motion, please? This would be motion M.
This is Jenna. I can make the motion.
Please do.
I move that the state board authorize the secretary to, on its behalf, grant waivers of up to 10 full days for any unanticipated closures.
Jenna, I'm sorry,
What?
it should say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit for
As
any,
is doing. Okay, back up to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit
that's correct.
for any unanticipated closures under 16 VSA 1071C that are a result of the consultation. No, that's the stuff. That doesn't make sense, does it? As a result of the consultation with the Secretary of Education and the Commissioner of Health.
Keep going.
Or an order of the Department of Health in the 2019-2020 school year.
Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I will second it. This is Oliver.
Thank you, Oliver. I understand your hesitation there, Jenna. Basically, it's saying he may grant waivers that are the result of consultation between the Secretary and the Commissioner of Health, or an order of the Department of Health. Those are the two conditions under which the Secretary may act.
I think it's 2.
So, is there discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
I believe I'm going to vote against this motion as a person who has had to make snow calls in the morning, there's no way you're going to be right on those kinds of predicting the future kinds of things. I don't know where this is going in the future, but we're going to have a lot of cleanup activity after this is over. And at that point, we'll have a greater view of what will be necessary. So I just don't know that this gives us any advantage, the motion I mean, but it could have a disadvantage.
And the disadvantage would be what?
That we would perhaps tie ourselves into some kind of particular action when we don't need to.
Other discussion?
I think I am in support of offering the authority to the secretary. I was unclear from our earlier conversation with Dan, and I know he was rushed because he needed to get to the press conference, but I'm not positive that I heard him ask us to change the number of days. And so I'm a little tiny bit cautious there, making this wide open when I wasn't positive that I heard that was necessary, and I'm wondering if, I guess there's no way for us to clarify that at this point.
Oliver,
and I will.
Oliver was the one who raised that question. What did you hear, Oliver?
Yeah, my recollection from that conversation, and yes, he was a bit rushed, but was that he indicated that the 10-day window came at a very, when things were at a very different point in time, and my takeaway from that was that he was appreciative of the flexibility because things have evolved quite significantly since that was originally put forward.
In fact, it's 13 days that they'll have. If it's from today, the 18th, until the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And go ahead, Peter.
Can I question flexibility? What can you be more particular what you mean by that?
Well, we don't know how long this closure is going to go for. So the idea was rather than having to come back to us after the fact to deal with this, we could just give him the authority. I mean, things are moving pretty quickly here. So I think the less, I think just as a general rule, the more red tape we can get out of the way and allow Dan and his colleagues to execute as quickly and as flexibly as possible, I think is generally speaking a good thing in this environment.
But didn't we hear before the governor has the authority to do this anyway? So why do we have to?
He does to close the buildings, but then under statute, then the time would have to be made up once the danger passes, and then that creates all sorts of uncertainty. So I think just in general, to allow for quicker decision making without people having to worry about these sorts of issues in their decision making is just a good thing.
The governor doesn't have the authority to also address a time to be made up at some point?
No.
These waivers.
His authority is to close buildings.
Okay.
Local school boards actually close the schools, and then they appeal to us if they go over the limit.
This gives them a prospective waiver that says you're not going to have to worry about that. And that seems, obviously, the secretary believes that's a useful thing to do. Is there further discussion?
And so it just, yeah, I do want to clarify. So again, and I just because I think probably most districts are in negotiations right now, it's a little bit fresh on my mind. When we have snow days, for instance, the contract indicates the number of student days, and then we often waive them locally if we are still within the 170, I think it's 170 required student days that are at the state level. And so if that now means the required number of days is 157, for instance, I'm just thinking in a local school board hat, do we run into challenges in having staff work remotely? Again, I don't want to hold anything up with red tape, but there are occasionally unintended consequences with liberating the requirements when a master agreement is guiding the workforce in a situation where hopefully it's going to be very collaborative. It's a really challenging time for everybody, but from that standpoint, I don't think that would be the intent necessarily of the waiver to necessarily dispense with the requirement for the educational delivery. So I put that out there, and I imagine that would sway into the decision making that the secretary will consider in granting waivers beyond these 13 days.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and again, I think everybody knows, but just to be absolutely clear, we're not, through this action, we're not granting a waiver. We're just delegating the authority to handle the waivers to the secretary, and would expect that all these sorts of issues would be part of any consideration for how to handle that.
I would think so, and I would also think that they will determine whether they can count remote learning in their day counts, and I'm sure there are guidelines around that as well. So I think we'll look forward to more information, and I think we do want to let this be something the secretary can act quickly enough on so that districts have some reassurances in some way about their transition planning as they try and work through the remainder of the school year, whatever comes with that.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
On the red tape issue, you see, this only goes up to 10 days. Waiver of
Taking that out. It says grant waivers as the secretary sees fit.
Or we don't even have to say that, actually.
Right.
Yeah, the 10 days is a bit of a trap.
It's eliminated.
Okay. That takes care.
Good.
Further discussion?
Would I understand that if there were waivers for other purposes, those still would come before us?
This pertains only to 1071C, which is waivers with regard to the school year.
No,
I mean, it sounds that are the results of consultation with the Secretary of Ed and Commissioner of Health, the Department of Health. I mean, this seems very specific to COVID-19. I can't think of what other reason a district would need a waiver, but if it's outside of something that involves consultation with the Commissioner of Health, does that remain in our domain?
It remains under present law. That's correct. This is a waiver only in connection with those kind of closures.
Health closures. Okay, thank you.
At least that's how I read the language. I don't have that. No one has told me that, but that certainly seems that it places a restriction on what kind of closures qualify for this waiver.
That's how I read it as well.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? If so, I will call the roll. Please indicate by saying yay or nay. Kyle Courtois.
Yay.
Kim Gleason.
Yay.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yay.
William Mathis.
Nay.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Was Bill Mathis vote a nay or a yay?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Peter Peltz.
We should do yes or no, so it's really clear with folks on the phone.
Peter Peltz.
No. No.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Listen to the results of your vote. Yeas, 6. nays, i.e. noes, 2. The motion carries. Thank you. Suzanne?
Who else voted no?
Yes.
Who else voted no?
Peter and Bill. Suzanne, is Jay Ramsey available to speak to us now?
Yes, he is on the line at the moment.
I'm here. Mr. Ramsey, thank you for joining us. This is John Carroll, the chair of the board. We have 2 board members here in Barry with me, Bill Mathis and Kathy Lavoie. And on the telephone, we have the 2 student members, Sabina Brochu and Kyle Courtois, Kim Gleason, Oliver Olson, Peter Peltz, and Jenna O'Farrell. And of course, Suzanne. Do we have any members of the public present? It's not. Okay. Mr. Ramsey, we are at your disposal, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, I believe you have the green sheet.
We do?
And there is an executive summary, or key extracts, I think is what the document is called.
Yep.
And you had other documents that were linked in the green sheet. And so I will proceed.
We have your slideshow.
Okay, well, I'll walk through that.
Why don't you? That's always pretty helpful for us visual learners.
Great. All right, well, thank you for having me and fitting me into the agenda. This is certainly a unique circumstance to be presenting to you in this way.
Indeed.
But we will persevere. So in the agenda, just in this presentation, I'm at a high level going to walk you through some of the major components of this state plan, with an overview, what we did to develop the state plan, what we see as alignment across programs from ESSA through Perkins and into WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. Talk a little bit about our priorities, what it means at the local level, what are some local requirements that the centers will have to do, what's the accountability system related to this, and then how much money are we talking about? And maybe I should have started with that, but I'm ending with it. So if you skip to the 4th slide, what is Perkins? So this, we're calling it Perkins. Every state in the nation is calling it Perkins. The act is actually the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act that was passed by Congress and signed by the President in July of 2018. And states were given the opportunity to have a 1-year transition plan, which we did, and then to spend the rest of that time working on a 4-year state plan. So we've been working on this for about a year and a half. But Perkins, this is the 5th iteration of Perkins. It's federal investments to strengthen and improve the state and local secondary and post-secondary CTE systems. It is requiring alignment of education programs to the labor market. It's supporting collaboration, coordination, and partnerships. We'll talk a little bit about that in the comprehensive local needs assessment. And one of the items that's frequently missed in Perkins is that it prioritizes support for what the law calls special populations, but we could understand them as vulnerable populations. And we are using these funds to help us achieve the vision and goals that the State Board of Education endorsed last year in May. And so just as a reminder, our strategic vision on the next slide is identified there. I won't read it to you. And the next slide is at a high level summarizing what the goals are. We're supporting high-quality programs that are aligned with the labor market. We're working to improve the public perception of CTE. We're treating industry as a partner, asking them to come and help, and asking them to do things to support our students in their facilities. We're going to achieve the vision by supporting implementation of career advising systems across the state, which is a key component of the state plan, and then supporting collaboration among and coordination between, which is critically important in an environment where we have regional technical centers that cause students to leave their high school during the day and come to the technical center, either all day or part of the day, and so this coordination and collaboration is really critical. So these are the concepts and the frame for all of the activities, or the majority of activities in the state plan. So before I get into the details, though, let me talk to you about how we developed this. In my mind, we started developing this when we started working on the strategic vision and goals. And that's because some part of me suspected that the federal government was going to pass a renewed version of Perkins, and we would need some guiding lights to help us figure out what the priorities were. And so here we are. So in all of, in this timeline for developing this state plan, it started in the spring of last year with internal meetings of our CTE team at the agency to draft out some big ideas. And that we used those big ideas, and also based on our experience with the technical centers, we worked closely with them. We started work over the summer with working groups. We had a post-secondary working group that involved CCV, Vermont Tech, UVM was there, DSAC was there, the Department of Labor was there. We had 5 or 6 meetings over the summer. We had a secondary working group to work out some concerns with the technical centers and how they could use the funds and what they should use them on. We had a comprehensive local needs assessment working group, and we had an accountability working group. And in all of these meetings, and in every meeting that I've ever conducted to develop this state plan, I give this, this is called a RAPID framework. And RAPID is just an acronym that stands for recommend, agree, perform, input, or decide. And it helps people understand their role in the process. So if I'm conducting a meeting and I identify that I am the recommender, I'm working on this seeking your input, seeking some agreement from you, that my position is to recommend decisions to the Secretary of Education and the Deputy Secretary of Education. And so it was not my role to decide what goes in the plan. It's certainly Dan's decision and Heather's decision about what would go in the plan. And so to help organize people's thoughts and to help you understand this, the next slide is the essential question. How should the state invest $20 million in federal funds over the next 4 years? And the math there is, as a state, we receive $5 million roughly every year. And this is a 4-year plan. And so it's a big question that we had somewhere close to 400 people help us answer that question. And so there were a lot of people involved in different ways. The next slide is, how do we decide what goes in the plan and what doesn't? That any decision about what goes in the plan has to be grounded in the vision and goals that I oriented you to, that you approved last year, and asked ourselves, is this activity going to help us achieve the vision and goals? And the next lens is it protecting vulnerable populations or helping to grow the economy or helping to make Vermont more affordable? Those are important questions that the governor asked. And then finally, does the activity that we're wanting to do address a barrier or create more? And does it address equity or contribute to further inequity? And the next slide is roughly the timeline. So over the summer, we developed the plan with partners that almost 400 people were involved in. In January, we held public hearings for comments on this plan. That was at the end of January. We had also a comment period of 30 days. All of these were required in the law. And then starting March 6th to April 6th, the governor has to, according to the law, have an opportunity to review the plan and sign off or not. And we have to give our partner agencies like the Department of Labor and the Vermont State Colleges an opportunity to comment on the final version of the plan and file any objections. We have to submit their objections with the plan to the Department of Education by April 15th. That due date may change given what's happening now. We do have a conference call with the Department of Education tomorrow to go through some of these questions. So the next slide would be alignment opportunity. And this version of Perkins shares definitions with the Every Student Succeeds Act, and it shares definitions with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is money that goes to the Department of Labor and that funds our adult education and literacy programs. But we have alignment opportunities with ESSA in the accountability system and through the process of the comprehensive local needs assessment, which I'll talk about in a second. But in the law, there are a number of required performance indicators, and this slide shows where the alignment is with ESSA. So we're reporting not on every student that's in the system, but what the law calls concentrators. And so it's students who've basically gotten halfway through their CTE program and are enrolled in the next part of their program.
Excuse me, Jay, there's a question. Which slide are you looking at?
This is slide 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the alignment here is with, in academic realm, graduation. We're reporting on the cohort graduation rate and the extended graduation rate for CTE students who are concentrators. We have to report on academic proficiency in English language arts and mathematics, and a new requirement for CTE in this version is science. And in Vermont's ESSA state plan, we have college and career ready indicators, and also in Perkins. So industry recognized credential attainment, work-based learning participation, and dual and concurrent enrollment credit earning are the college and career ready measures. So you'll see on the academic portion there, English language arts and mathematics have asterisks. And what we had to consider very carefully is in the ESSA accountability system, the last time that we are testing students using SBAC in English language arts and mathematics is 9th grade. The majority of students that the CTE system serves are in 11th and 12th grade. And so we do not believe that holding the technical centers accountable to 2-year-old performance information made sense. And so we have proposed in this plan, and we have to follow our procurement process for this, but we're proposing to use work keys. And we're going to go back into it in this way. In the ESSA college and career ready measures, we have a list that includes SAT, ACT, and a number of other assessments, including industry recognized credentials. And so the work keys, there are 3 work keys assessments that make up the National Career Ready Certificate. And one of them is workplace documents, one of them is applied mathematics, and the third is graphic literacy. So we're proposing to use the 3 work keys assessments to measure students' attainment of, or students' academic proficiency. And we've had a couple of centers who have tested and used work keys And what they report is students take these assessments more seriously because it's applying what they're learning in their programs. It's more directly related to the career content of their programs. And there's added value here because the student would end up with an industry-recognized credential, which also plays an important role for what employers are telling us. You know, we're sort of in a crisis situation where we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are available, but employers want to know that someone has the skills, the soft skills to be successful in a job. They can handle training new employees with technical skills. And so this helps to answer that question or propose a solution for employers. I'm happy to answer more questions about that at the end. We can pause now if you want to ask questions about that.
But just one question. This is John, Jay. The work keys, are those did you say they're a national standard that's recognized nationally?
Yeah, so ACT is the company that owns the Work Keys assessment, and Work Keys, the National Career Ready Certificate, is widely used in some of the southern states where there are a lot of manufacturing companies. As far as I know, we would be the first state that would be proposing to use it in this way. And so I can provide a little bit more detail about why, if you want that. Otherwise, I'll pause here.
Well, what are some of our peer states using as a set of assessment tool?
Well, their assessment systems under ESSA would still have students being tested in 11th or 12th grade. So we could continue to do that if our ESSA accountability system was assessing students using the SBAC in 11th grade. That model is what we used under the previous version of Perkins.
Right.
But there was a lot of frustration, I guess, on the part of the technical center administrators because we would be testing students either, let's say, in the end of their junior year, and then the centers are held accountable for that result of that, even though they didn't have to impact student learning. So they might have had 4 or 6 months.
And beyond that, I'm sorry, Jay, this is Kathy. Beyond that, you get an added advantage because you're actually adding to the college and career readiness aspect of the program through a National Career Readiness Certificate that is the work case assessment, right?
Yes, and to that point, these CTE students are then showing up in the accountability system for the high school.
Right. Okay.
And so it pulls double duty.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay.
Can you remind me, though, Jay, I should know this, but are the National Career Ready certificates and the work keys, workplace documents, applied mathematics, graphic literacy, is that specific to an industry?
No. But,
okay, I didn't think so, but you said something about the IRC, so I thought maybe it was tied to a specific industry recognized standard.
Well, this has the potential for all of our industries to recognize it. There's some work, and this is what I've been telling the technical center administrators. It can be an industry recognized credential, but we have work to do to get industry to recognize it.
I got it.
And there's some alignment here with work that the Department of Labor would like to do, and we think that this offers a solution that we haven't been able to have as a statewide strategy across education and labor.
Yep. Thank you.
A question.
Jay, there's another question.
Go ahead.
What's the predictive validity of these measures, the SBAC, the SAT, ACT, and so forth, in terms of career and college ready?
If I heard the question right, what is the validity of SBAC as a college and career ready measure?
Yeah, in other words, we're giving tests on skills that don't seem to have any relationship to each other.
I don't know that I could speak to the validity of SBAC as a measure. That I'd have to pull someone in from another division to speak to that. So I'll get into a little bit of the details of what the law requires here, which will help to explain why this approach. So the law requires that whatever assessments are approved in the state ESSA plan to measure English language arts, mathematics, and science would be what we have to use. But because of the complicating factor that CTE students in Vermont are primarily 11th and 12th graders, and the SBAC test, which is used to measure English language arts and mathematics, is last offered in 9th grade, that gap poses a problem for us. And one of the categories of assessments that we can use that would apply to 11th and 12th graders is the industry recognized credential. And so we're attempting to make an argument to the U.S. Department of Education that because of the structure of the accountability system in Vermont's ESSA plan, we need to have some sort of valid and reliable assessment that would be specific to a technical center program in order to adequately and accurately measure a student's proficiency in these subject areas. And barring something else that could have been proposed, we didn't receive any counter proposals from any of the administrators. And so this is what the option is this, or use 2-year-old performance data from SBAC.
It's a dilemma. And one thing, if you want your car fixed, you want your car fixed. It doesn't matter how you scored on the SBAC.
Okay, let's let Jay move on. Mindful of the time.
We never get into the policy issues here, but
That's
Jay's...
policy. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. So that was alignment discussion with ESSA and Perkins, and the next requirement in the law was to demonstrate alignment between the CTE system and the workforce development system. And so slide 14 kind of summarizes that. The State Workforce Development Board has undergone a process of revising the WIOA state plan in the last few months, and they also have a strategic vision and goals for their plan. And when I did a crosswalk, we were able to reach alignment in these 6 broad areas. Both the CTE system and Perkins and the workforce development system and WIOA have a shared concern across these 6 areas of protecting vulnerable populations, using labor market information to drive the types of programs that are offered, the role that industry plays in helping to make decisions about programming, that counseling and advising are really critical to any person who is accessing these programs. And in order to access them, they have to understand them, that there is a need across the programs for collaboration and coordination and non-duplication, which is really critical when you think about a person trying to move along a career pathway quickly so that they don't have to repeat the same type of instruction. But from a financial standpoint, you don't want duplication because that's wasteful. And the 6th area So those are alignment across the federal programs, not necessarily in the accountability system, so we do have some shared accountability with the workforce development system. So moving to slide 16, for the state plan priorities, this is the four main priorities. In your green sheet, you will see on page 4 and beyond some of the strategies that are underneath these big priorities. And so offering the high-quality career paths and programs of study that are aligned with high-skill or high-wage or in-demand occupations, and we have some specific definitions about what those are that the Department of Labor helped us develop. That in order for those things to work, we need to make sure that the CTE teacher and leader workforce is prepared for student-centered education and supporting continuous improvement, that we're building on career and academic advising across the continuum of secondary to post-secondary. This is not an area that the agency has supported, but in the next 6 months, I'll be transitioning fully into the role of assistant division director, and my responsibilities, part of my responsibilities there will be leading the efforts on career and academic advising. And then in the interest of students, easing and simplifying transition points. We're working on statewide articulation agreements with Vermont Tech and CCV and some of our other post-secondary partners. So you could read through the individual strategies in the green sheet. I didn't want to take up a bunch of slides or have tiny words on them, so I just refer you to the green sheet for that. Slide 17 kind of gives you some specific examples of what we're talking about. An existing program for CTE students is called Fast Forward. It is a concurrent enrollment program where the CTE teachers are teaching Community College of Vermont or Vermont Tech curriculum, so students, once they finish, would get college credit for that work. That's in addition to their Act 77 vouchers. We want to continue that program. We want to make sure that economically disadvantaged students and other vulnerable populations are able to access it and be successful in it. And we want to make sure that the colleges have some money to be able to add new courses and add novel delivery mechanisms to these courses to students in smaller centers or in rural areas. The career education piece I talked a little bit about, but the way the rules are written, the Tech Center is really the hub. The state board rules are written. The Tech Center should be the hub as a resource for career education in the region. And with policy changes coming from the legislature, we're talking about how do we reach down to 7th and 8th grade, which is a new area. How do we contribute to we being the technical centers? How do we contribute to the development of a student's personalized learning plan? So these are all components of what's in our state plan. We want the technical centers to be able to use their federal money to support programs in their partner high schools. If you move to the next slide, 18, focusing on updating our program standards. The last time that I can tell CTE program standards, or what we call competency and task lists, the last time they were updated was maybe the early 2000s. So we will be focusing over the next 4 years on updating the program standards, breaking the programs down into courses or modules, and then that will help better align middle school and high school and post-secondary programs. It will also help us articulate to families and students what they will be learning in the programs and how they're organized. The next slide, 19, around strategies for the workforce. up until this point, the state colleges have not participated in any professional development that we have put on for CTE teachers. They have expressed an interest to participate in those. So we're going to have more coordinated professional development. We will be conducting a needs assessment across the state for CTE teachers and administrators. We want to help them understand how to support special populations. We want to help them focus on proficiency and standards-based grading. And this is a broad statement here. As a state, we struggle with having enough people to fill the available jobs. This is a unique problem for CTE because we rely on professionals from industry to come into the classroom and teach. But the tech centers don't pay as much as an industry, as a company would. And so some issue here gets in the way with licensing, that people feel like the licensing standards are too high. And so we want to try to tackle that problem as part of this.
Licensing of whom? Teachers?
The teachers.
Yeah. So think about, when was the last time you tried to call a plumber to come and fix something, or an electrician? And we need those people to also be able to teach. But if they can make more money as a business owner and have less frustration than, and this is what I hear from professionals, from trying to go through the licensing process, it's not an incentive for them to make the transition to teach. And so I'm not saying that revising the licensing standards is the only solution. I think there are many other solutions that we could identify, but we're just signaling we want to work on this. Sorry.
If I
Jay,
can
I ask, this is Peter on that question. Have you seen what Massachusetts or other states have done on that front?
I hear about it at our national meetings. I haven't begun to investigate it. Once this plan is underway, we're going to be looking at our neighbors.
Jay, and the board, just, this is Kathy speaking, and Jay, I think you've met my son a few times, but my son was a project engineer for Wright and Morrissey and decided to become the building trades teacher at Northwest Tech Center, where he graduated from in VTC with his bachelor's. And I'll tell you what, the process is lesson friendly. On top of the money that, the cut and pay, which he did actually willingly because he wanted to do this career pathway, the rest of the process hasn't been easy at all. And if we're building this incredible technical education system, and everything I've heard so far, Jay looks great. I've been removed since I've been in my new job the last year, but this looks wonderful. But we can build any system we'd like to shore up technical education in this state and get workforce and the students what they need. But if we don't have the teachers in there to teach it with the knowledge base that is needed to teach their industry-specific information, credentials, then it doesn't matter. So thank you for addressing this. It's long been an issue, came to, smacked us right in the face at our own household, and it's about time that it is addressed.
Thank you, Kathy. Jay, I'm just mindful of the time. We want to leave 5 minutes for questions and a discussion so that we can vote on the motion. And our target is 2:45. So we've been holding you up with questions, but let's just all be mindful of the time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will get through this in the time allotted.
Good.
So on slide 21, so we're moving into what are the local requirements. So the ESSA state plan requires us to think about continuous improvement, and there is, while it doesn't say it in the law for Perkins, we are envisioning this comprehensive local needs assessment as part of a continuous improvement that was developed with partners. That's the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. And that information is being conducted by regional centers or by groups of regional centers to be able to get the work done on the timeline that we need. That information informs their 4-year grant application, which is due this in May. Every 2 years, they will revise their comprehensive local needs assessment. And on the next slide, it kind of says there's 3, this is slide 22, there's 3 components to the needs assessment. One is the needs analysis. What is the local labor market information saying? What are local economic needs? What are local education programming needs? What are the superintendents and supervisory unions doing with their ESSA plans, and how can the technical centers link up with those? And then there's the gap analysis. This is what the needs analysis says, this is what we're doing, how do we fill that gap, and then use that information to inform the local plan. So that's kind of how that process is. If something is not uncovered in the comprehensive local needs assessment and it's not indicated in that, it cannot be part of a local plan. So this is a new process that is requiring a broad array of stakeholders to be involved in advising the center's administrator about what they should be doing and how they should be spending their federal money. So the next slide is the local application criteria. I won't talk about that. In the accountability slide, slide 25, focusing on students, there are 3 new categories of students that we have to be concerned with. There are 9 in total. In Vermont state plan, we, like in the ESSA state plan, have an umbrella category called historically marginalized populations, which would be where students of color can sit so that we can see that there is a group, a subpopulation of students that might fall into a number of different categories, but it helps us analyze data and it will help us target funds to support those populations. I mentioned earlier in the presentation the alignment across these federal programs. So if you look at slide 27, these are the alignments with the Every Student Succeeds Act. If you look at slide 28, these are Perkins-specific measures. The non-traditional student is, for example, a male in a nursing program or a female in a manufacturing program. It's just a program that leads to an occupation that's not traditionally filled by a particular gender. And then we have an outcome measure. Then there's alignment with WIOA in the attainment of post-secondary credentials. The State Workforce Development Board is really taking up some action on trying to manage the universe of credentials in the state to help sort out the things that matter and the things that don't matter. As a state, on slide 30, we're proposing some informational indicators. The pre-tech participation rate by partner high school, so 9th and 10th graders. Then we're looking at the continuance of those students into a full program in 11th or 12th grade. And then we're looking at the participation rate by partner high school. And then above that, we report the industry-recognized credential attainment to the federal government. We are also choosing as a state to report on work-based learning participation and attainment of college credits in high school. On slide 31 is the post-secondary accountability, very similar to the secondary with the 6-month placement, non-traditional students, and credential attainment, but we are adding a state indicator which was supported by the state colleges. We should call it an academic momentum indicator, looking at students who graduated high school in the last 2 years who enroll in CCV or Vermont Tech with at least 6 post-secondary credits on their transcript. So that is attempting to measure the success of our dual enrollment program at having students matriculate to CCV or Vermont Tech. on the budget, so slide 34, a school has to be an eligible recipient. For Vermont, we define them as the area technical centers, unless the area technical center or the regional technical center cannot receive the funds. And so St. Johnsbury Academy and Linden Institute cannot, as private schools, receive these federal funds. So we're working with Kingdom East Supervisory District, Caledonia Central Supervisory Union, and St. Johnsbury School District to work in that region. They'll receive the funds and build out some programs that link up to the state-approved programs at the Academy and Linden Institute. And the final slide being the budget. So we received $5 million roughly. The law says we have 3 accounts that these go into. 85% of it has to be distributed to the local recipients. 10% the state can hold for leadership activities, and 5% for administration of the grant. That 85%, we take $400,000 and put it in a reserve. That's what pays for Fast Forward and access for special populations to those courses. The remaining funds are split 75%, 25%. 75% of it goes to secondary and 25% of it goes to post-secondary. And then it's distributed further by a formula that's based on, at the post-secondary level, the number of Pell recipients, Pell Grant recipients. At the secondary level, the formula is based on the census of the population age 5 to 17 that live in the region, and then the population that live below the federal poverty line. Just this is how it's calculated in ESSA as well. So
why don't you show that? Jay? Why don't you show that? I know it's only 15%, but I think some of that makes a substantial difference.
Yes.
Just a suggestion.
So show
the remaining amount from the 85% and its allocation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that on readily available. So I'm working from home, so
no problem. That's all right.
Trying to figure out where everything is. 4, 2, 8, 1, 7, 6, 6, 9, 4. So 3.8 million that gets distributed at the local level. 2, 9, 1, 1, 3, 5, plus 9, 7, 0, plus 2. Yeah, 3.8 million.
Okay.
Jay, this is terrific.
Can I just add or say something? This is Peter. I applaud your efforts. I wish this was broader. We still haven't dealt with the funding formula, which I think has a significant impact on attendance and to the tech centers. Regular aid access to the program, adult access to the program. Certification programs. There's a whole thing, a lot of things out there that I'd like to see attended to, but
I could speak to that if you want.
I would appreciate that.
Please.
Okay, I know that. So this would be outside of the Perkins plan, and I'm happy to come back and speak to you about this. It did come up when you were taking the vote on the strategic vision. So the legislature 2 years ago enacted Act 189, which gave the agency the authority to create 4 pilot projects to study funding and governance proposals. And so we did that. We're still in the process of it. A report is due to the legislature summarizing what we've done and what we need to still do. The 3 independent technical center, well, let me stop there for a second. Springfield River Valley Technical Center is an independent tech center school district. They submitted a proposal. And we extended the deadline and got another proposal from the Southwest Regional Career Development Center in Bennington, another independent tech center school district. And so we decided, because their plans were very similar, that we would combine the work with those two and add Middlebury, the third and final independent tech center school district. So they have been working, we gave them a grant, they've been working for almost a year with Bill Talbot and another consultant from the tax department to analyze this proposal, which would be that it's really based on independent tech center school districts, because the voters of the region vote on their budget, not the voters of the host high school districts. So the idea is we get rid of the FTE and all of these complicated aspects of our funding formula. The tech centers develop a budget, the voters of the region vote it, and it adds a regional tax rate. But the money that the high schools would normally be paying for tuition comes out of their budget, and so the tax rate for the high school goes down. So this is the model that we're really exploring and trying to identify. Could it be implemented as a state and not just be dependent on the independent tech centers? So we've been making a lot of headway in this. It's developing the state plan and trying to support the pilots has been a little challenging, but it's a good challenge to have.
And on the other fronts, regular ed access, and adult access, and possibly accreditation programs in the tech centers, and any thoughts on that?
Well, so there's sort of two pieces to my answer there. That if the tech center is allowed to develop its budget and not be reliant on the FTEs from the students from the high schools, they could also include money in the budget for adult CTE and let adults come into the programs or evening programs, building that out. The second part of that is the Department of Labor has really been taking the lead on figuring out ways to support adult CTE.
Yeah.
And the governor in the last 2 years in his budget has, and the legislature has authorized money for adult CTE to purchase equipment. And so that's bonded money. The governor has proposed to do it again this year. And the Department of Labor has hired a contractor to work with state partners, including the Agency of Education and the adult CTE providers, to kind of reimagine what the post-secondary CTE arena could look like in Vermont. You know, why do we do it the way that we do? No one can answer.
Right. And we've seen in Hartford and in Essex and other, especially when high schools and the CTEs are part of on the campus, that the regular ed kids can access the tech ed programs, and but that's not common throughout throughout the state. If you know what I'm talking about.
I do. We, I think, have a demographic challenge here too, where the last time I looked, about a third of 11th and 12th graders are participating in CTE, and so the administrators will say, well, there aren't the same number of students in my building as there used to be. Well, that is true, because there aren't the same number of students in your building that could be. There's a higher percentage of students in your building, but it's just a sheer number problem.
Board, I think we should, Jay, thank you. I think we should
Thank you.
Consider a motion. This would be item N on your motion sheet. Would somebody make the motion, and then we can continue discussion if necessary? Bill?
So moved.
Would you read the motion, please?
that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act.
I second that.
And motion's been made by Bill Mathis, seconded by Kathy Lavoy. Is there further discussion? I think this is a topic that we all would like to spend more time on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah, all around. But given the time, is there further discussion before we take action on the motion?
I would like to come back to this at some other day to
Okay.
talk about the long-range future of tech ed.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay, can you actually tell me, I'm looking through this, so you held the initial meetings in the creation of the plan, and that's, I just actually text my tech center, Northwest Tech, and to see about their input. And but what was the process in the final presentation of the plan to the local tech center administration?
Okay, so the law required us to hold public hearings and to have a public comment period. So we will start with the public comment. The plan was posted on our website along with supporting documents to help community members understand. It's a long document. It's a little complicated. So we tried to distill it into, some basic points. That information went out through the agency's social media channels. It was in the weekly field memo. I sent personal messages to what feels like 100 people, but a lot of people who are directly involved and indirectly involved with CTE and invited them to comment.
Okay.
The agency held public hearings in 4 areas of the state. And just for context, the last Perkins plan, we only had 2 public hearings. And our neighbor in state in Maine, they only held 1 public hearing in the state capital. So we held a public hearing in Newport from 6:30 to 8:30 and had food and beverages so that families could participate. We had a hearing in St. Albans, same time frame. We had a hearing in Springfield, and we had a hearing here in Barrie. And we didn't get much feedback from those public hearings.
That was before the plan development, Jay. Can you tell me, was there... Okay. Oh, thank you, sorry.
I'd like to get the vote in before a couple people have to leave at 3. So if you're ready for the question, that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act, I'll read the roll, and please indicate by saying yes or no. Kyle Courtois.
Yes.
Thank you. Kim Gleason.
Yes.
Kathy Lavoy.
Yes.
William Mathis.
Yes.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Peter Peltz.
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell. I think Jenna had to go. And the chair votes yes, it's unanimous. You have approved the motion to endorse the state plan. I think we're a bit over time, Jay. I think you can see there's an appetite here to learn a lot more. And I'm going to count on my board colleagues to push me to make sure we get you back for more time with us if you're willing to make time for us.
I'm willing and happy to come and talk about CTE all day.
Well, I have to commend you. I think your presentation was just excellent. The pace was good. For some of us, the topics you touch on are very, very new. For others, they're very familiar and important. So we're very glad you were here to speak with us today. Thank you, Jay. Board members.
Mr. Chair, thank you to the board.
You're most welcome. Board members, we're over schedule. Just one thing, Bill Mathis had written a first draft of a proposed communication to the legislature regarding the waging study. That's been sent to you by email yesterday. I guess I would, at this point, since we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, I would urge you all to send your comments to Bill and to me. And I think there's two kinds of comments. One is the comments on the content itself. And the other kind of comment is on the appropriateness of communicating to the legislature on this topic in this way. So we'd like to hear both of those, and we'll try to make some integrated sense of what we hear from you.
I want kids to be active. You can't look like a practice. You can't be.
Can't hear that comment.
I think he's talking to somebody else.
Okay. Bill, do you have anything further to say about that?
Just that this may change a lot since the legislature now wants us to go on the road on the weighted study.
Right, right. Yeah, I think we do need to remember that, hello? We do need to remember that we have to keep an open mind, or at least make the reasonable facsimile thereof, if we are to be the honest brokers that we intend to be. Is there anything else that should come before the board before we adjourn?
John, you're going to assign us some duties or some tasks. Have you done that sufficiently, or
well,
to help you out?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. What I plan to do is to write up. There are 4 sort of project areas that I outlined. I'm leaving out anything to do with the school construction business. I'm going to try to pursue the direction that I think I heard Kim Gleason urge, which is to see if we can dodge that bullet a little bit, given, number one, the strain on our abilities, and number two, it's a task to which we bring comparatively little expertise, that is capital budget standards for schools. But there do remain certainly 4 distinct tasks. 3 of them relate to rulemaking, and 1 relates to the weighting study. And I'm going to be looking for a point person to take leadership on each, and for each also to have a second person as their colleague on the project. I will send you a summary of the tasks and the timelines, and then I want you to think about that and either write to me or I'll call you and we'll talk about which one you want to do. I think there's enough there for 4 to 6 of you to become actively involved. It won't overwhelm your time, but I think as chair I need to be able to count upon some of you people to be strong lieutenants in driving these projects forward. So I'll get back to you. By the end of the weekend, you'll have a communication from me about that. Anything else?
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn, and it has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Over and out.
Over and out, and thank you all for making this work. I think it went pretty darn well, considering everything.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for continuing to tune in to these important updates. As this pandemic continues, the health and safety of all Vermonters is my top priority. Every decision I've made is guided by the best information I have for public health. And as I've said, as this virus continues to spread and we learn more about COVID-19, Vermonters can expect we may have to take further action to help slow it down. As a reminder, slowing the spread of infection is critical to making sure we can protect the most vulnerable, meaning the elderly and others who are at risk for serious illness, and in too many cases, even death. These steps are also necessary to keep our healthcare system from being overwhelmed, like we're seeing right before our eyes in other states like New York. What we're doing is important to the health and safety of all Vermonters. To help reach these goals, on March 15th, I ordered the temporary dismissal of schools. While we hoped this would be enough, that has not proven to be the case. So, working closely with the experts at the Department of Health and the Agency of Education, I came to the difficult decision to extend dismissal and close in-person instruction at schools for the remainder of the school year. However, to make sure our kids continue learning, I'm asking districts to complete plans for continued education through remote learning, so we're ready to go on April 13th. Now, I know this news is incredibly difficult. Let's face it, it's disappointing, frustrating, and it's just plain sad. It's sad for the kids, the parents, the teachers, and all school employees. And my heart goes out to each and every one of you. It's going to be hard. I know that. The education of our kids, along with the bonding and learning experience they get in school, are incredibly important. So I fully understand and appreciate the impact this will have on our kids individually and families across Vermont. But from my vantage point, I believe it's the right decision because it's for the health of our kids, communities, and the entire state. That's why we're doing this, to keep people safe, to slow the spread, to save lives. Because the sobering reality is, before too long, each of us will know someone who has lost their life from this virus. That's why we must come together and support each other to get through this. Even with this decision, it's my hope that with the mitigation steps we're taking, our children will be able to return at the end of the year for activities like graduation. But we won't make that decision until we're certain it's safe. For now, we need to use our creativity to find ways to deliver quality remote learning for our students through the end of the year. I want to thank school administrators, superintendents, educators, and staff around the state who are working hard to adapt to incredibly challenging circumstances. The fact is, we need your help, and we appreciate your public service. Child care providers will also remain closed, but will still be able to provide care for the children of those workers critical to the state's response. I've been impressed with school districts who have worked very hard to set up creative and critically needed programs to offer care for students whose parents are working on the front lines. These educators and staff who are finding ways to support these families have been so important to our COVID-19 response efforts. I'm very proud and appreciative of their hard work, creative, can-do attitude, and their willingness to step up in this moment of service. These educators and the staff supporting them represent the very best of our education system. We find ourselves at a time when there's no roadmap. So our education leaders, parents, and kids, and all Vermonters for that matter, have never been asked to do anything quite like this. But these are times that require all of us to think outside the box to find creative solutions. And we must work together to ensure we still get the best outcomes possible for our kids. I want to assure you, me and my team are here to do everything we can to help every step of the way as we navigate these uncharted waters together. Our way out of this is to use the best information we have, use our common sense about what we want and what we need, and work together in service to Vermonters. The Agency of Education will be providing technical guidance to districts by the end of this week, and Secretary French is with us on the phone today to answer any questions you might have. I again want to thank the many education leaders, teachers, parents, staff, and others who stepped up during this difficult time. I know this is not easy, but your commitment to public service and your ability to adapt is exactly what we need at this very moment. It's what makes us Vermont strong, and it makes us united. We will get through this, and we'll do it together. So I'll now turn it over to Dr. Levine to provide an update on his point.
Thank you. My objectives this morning are to provide a brief update, to talk about two groups of Vermonters I often talk about, but have not talked about in the context of this epidemic, and to provide some important news regarding testing. The update is that we had another 25 cases recorded yesterday, bringing our total up to 183. Unfortunately, we had a death yesterday and one earlier this morning, bringing our total deaths to 10. Now, in addition to those Vermonters that we've been talking about who are at greater risk for severe illness from COVID-19, older people, those who have underlying medical conditions or are immunosuppressed, I'm also specifically concerned about two groups of people, those who smoke or vape, and those who are in need of treatment for alcohol or other substance use. I think everybody understands the harmful impact of smoking on the lungs and the growing body of evidence regarding e-cigarettes and vaping and harming lung health. By now, you should all understand what the coronavirus does to the lungs as well. And it really makes it harder for people who smoke or vape, whatever, tobacco, cannabis, anything else, to fight off the virus, putting them at much greater risk of severe illness or even death. So in the midst of this pandemic, there has never been a better time and there has never been a better reason to quit. And let's face it and be realistic. Many of you are staying at home and you're looking for new challenges, new hobbies, something new to focus on besides the virus and the news cycle. So what better time to direct your mental energies to something most smokers we know actually think about a lot, quitting. And we have a phone line and online resources to help. Your choice. If you've watched all of the ads, you know you can call 1-800-QUIT-NOW for one-on-one coaching, available 24/7 with email and text support. 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Or you can get help to quit online at 802quits.org for quit resources and tools. And by quitting, of course, you'll also protect people in your household by reducing their exposure to secondhand smoke and aerosol as you spend more time at home during this pandemic. And we don't want to lose anyone for the lack of knowing where to turn for help for alcohol and their drug use either. The global pandemic has not erased the continued urgent need for substance use-related services for Vermonters. In fact, the extraordinary steps required to stop the spread of COVID-19 create new challenges for people who live with substance use disorder in terms of getting the services they need. So as of today, the Health Department has launched a new website, vthelplink.org. VT HelpLink is a new single-source clearinghouse for Vermonters to get free, confidential, and personalized information and referrals to substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery services throughout the state. It features a call center staffed by clinicians. Callers can get information, referrals, resources, and educational materials on substance use for themselves, family, and friends, or on behalf of clients. There's also an online screening tool that Vermonters can use to learn about treatment options that meet their needs. People can securely chat online with call center staff through the website. The centralized coordination of substance use treatment and recovery services has been in the works for the past several years and complements the broad referral and information services we have on Vermont 211. These are more than simply difficult times, and we have no more important a mission than to do everything we can to create an infrastructure that bridges the challenges that we face during this pandemic. VTHelplink.org is a key resource for anyone who needs or wants to get treatment and succeed in their recovery. As I've said before, we're all in this together, and we will persevere. Now, on my last topic, as our state enters this period of this latest mitigation strategy, stay at home, stay safe, I'd like to preview a further strategy we call a containment strategy that will allow us to take advantage of this time in our work to further flatten the curve and essentially make this effort a full court press. Later today, I expect the health department to be updating guidelines to doctors to allow more latitude in ordering COVID-19 testing. Now, tests will still be prioritized, and patients who have no symptoms will not be tested. But people who have only mild or moderate symptoms will have more opportunity to be tested now. They will still need to call to talk with their physician or other healthcare provider so that they may order the test. Let me be clear. You cannot just show up at a testing facility or a drive-through. The test must be ordered by your physician. The objective here is to identify more COVID-positive patients early, isolate them, and slow the spread of the virus. The overall strategy is test, isolate, do contact tracing on people that person was around, and then quarantine those contacts as appropriate. And what better time than the stay-at-home, stay-safe climate that we're in right now. The experience in other countries who have successfully flattened the curve show that early and broad testing is a proven strategy to slow transmission of this virus. And Vermont is still early enough on the curve that this strategy may be effective. Further, we're working with our colleagues in the Department of Public Safety to mobilize more contact tracing teams to help alert people who are potentially COVID-19 positive. Now, we're able to enhance testing as the result of a very aggressive procurement strategy for both the kits that are needed for collecting the specimen from the person, as well as for testing it in the laboratory. While it's true that an enhanced testing protocol will draw on our supplies much more rapidly, I believe the benefit of more earlier testing significantly outweighs the slowing the pace of tests later. To keep our supplies up, we've augmented the supply procurement team to continue aggressive procurement. In the end, we may need the federal government to assist us with needed materials, but we're not counting on that, and we will continue to explore every avenue 24/7 to get our needed supplies. So to be clear, if a person is not symptomatic, we are still not testing. But if the person has mild or moderate symptoms, we are making it far easier to get tested. You must have a doctor's order to be tested. And please give your doctors time to review our new materials later today before calling their offices. Thank you.
We'll now take questions.
Yes, so we have Education Secretary Dan French on the phone, so we're going to start off with questions specifically about the education dismissal. And we're going to start that with Lowell Lola?
Is that a star 6?
Star 6?
Yes.
Lola,
Can
go
you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I read a report this morning in the Brattleboro Reformer saying that a school district down there, I think the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union, was considering mass layoffs of support staff. Is that something that school districts should be considering right now?
Dan, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Senator. I can take that. Hi, Lola. I think at this point, excuse me?
I said hi.
Oh, hi. That's not guidance we're disseminating at the state level at this point. I think it's premature for districts to consider staffing ramifications of what we're terming the continuity of learning environment. I think our first step will be to work with districts to define exactly what the new normal, if you will, for the learning environment will be. And they have until April 8th, April 13th to implement. And I think as that becomes more clear, then we will be in a better position to figure out what the staffing pattern should be to support that work. But at this point, I think I appreciate the tip. I'm going to reach out to that district directly, but we want to be very cautious about making any significant or dramatic changes in our staffing pattern until we have a better understanding of what that new regular education environment would be.
Yeah, I mean, my original understanding was that, the governor had said that everyone should expect to continue to be paid. I was pretty surprised by that report.
Yes, I think, once again, as the definition of the education environment evolves, districts will have to make some decisions about how to staff that. In particular, in the case of paraeducators, often they are involved in direct support to students with disabilities. So once again, our first priority will be to define what is the new regular ed environment, and then from there, ensuring that students and our most vulnerable students, particularly those who are eligible for special education, that their programs are accommodated accordingly. And I think paraeducators, those support staff have a vital role in delivering those services. So we'll have to address that issue here in the coming days.
Thank you.
All right, Howard Weiss-Tisman from VPR. Star 6 to unmute. Howard? Go ahead, Howard.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Secretary French, I'm wondering if you know anything about any information that might be coming from the U.S. Department of Ed as far as easing up on some of the special ed requirements for paperwork, for instruction that special educators. Have you heard anything from Washington along those lines?
Hi, Howard. Yes, we have. I've been participating in bi-weekly calls with the Council of Chief State School Officers, which has a direct connection with the U.S. Department of Education on many issues, including this issue. That guidance, I think, is still evolving, and it's my understanding that in the current spending bill or in some legislation, there is consideration giving to the U.S. Ed Secretary some opportunity to inform Congress on potential further guidance that might be necessary, particularly on the procedural aspects of special education implementation. But currently, the messages and the guidance is that we remain committed to implementing the Individual with Disabilities Education Act as described. And as I mentioned earlier, with Lola's conversation, we're in the process, I think, essentially of redefining what the regular education environment is. And from there, we'll be defining accommodations. But so far, there's been no guidance relative to varying from the procedural requirements of that law.
Thank you.
Mike Donahue, Vermont Press Association. *6 to unmute. All right, Mike.
Hello.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Governor, Secretary French. Senator Leahy has asked out-of-staters to remain at home, and others have too. And several colleges, UVM, St. Michael's, are now closing their campuses for academic years, and the same goes with some of the high schools that have dormitory students, like in St. John's, Linden, Manchester. And what I'm wondering is how the state of Vermont plans to handle these thousands of college and high school students trying to return to Vermont to get their property that are left in dorm rooms and not have this large influx all at once to be able to handle this. Are you working with the individual institutions to try to space them out, and so when they arrive at Linden, Johnson, Norwich, St. Michael's, whatever, how are you going to handle such a large influx from out of state when everybody's asking everybody to stay in place?
I can take a stab at that, Mike, first, and then Secretary French, you can follow suit. For those who are out of country, I would say it'd be very difficult for you to come to the States at this point in time. And I would ask anyone who is contemplating coming back to get their physical belongings to ask themselves, do I want it or do I need it? And if you just want it, I would say stay right where you are until we get further down this path. And if you need it, I'm sure there's other accommodations that could be made. We could ship that to you. I'm sure the school is contemplating some of that as we speak. But you know, public safety is first, and I think that we should all keep that in mind with everything that we're doing. You know, want and need, and ask yourselves what's the best action you should be taking for your personal safety and the safety of others. Secretary French.
Yes, thank you, Governor. Mike, my understanding that most of the colleges making those preparations at least a week ago. I know in my own family, my daughter, her college was shut down, and we had to make a quick trip down to her campus a week ago to move out of her dorm room. But my understanding is most of the campuses have that transition well underway, and I don't anticipate that to be a major issue relative to increasing populations depending on the same time.
My understanding is a lot of them just told the students to come take their stuff and they would be coming back. So, I mean, I think there are thousands probably across Vermont that will be coming from New York City and Massachusetts and elsewhere that are conceivably with high tests and everything.
Again, Mike, I would say in my remarks, I had stated that we are going to take another look at this after we get through this for a while to see if there's any end-of-year graduation activities and so forth that we may be able to open the door to. So that would be a time when people can come back and get their materials. So again, you know, it comes down for me, want and need, and ask yourselves whether you actually really need it or not.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chris Roy, Newport Daily Express.
Yes, good morning. Why did the governor decide to do this now instead of waiting maybe a month or so to see how things go?
Great question, Chris. You know, part of it, from my standpoint, is consistency. People want to know what's going to happen, and if we put this plan into place, I think we'll get better as time goes on. And so, rather than allow for false expectations, rather than wait for a month down the road when if you could bring them back, it would only be for another month. That may not be the best path. And so I thought because of we don't know where we're going with this in some respects. We're relying on the best modeling and relying on the best information we have at the time. that this will at least give everyone some comfort in knowing that we're going to have to make some changes, behavior changes, and it's going to have an incredible impact on our families, but they'll know what's happening for the next 2 to 3 months. Secretary French, anything to add on that?
Yes, Governor. No, I would just say it is a very challenging decision, and I think certainly the public health information I think has to take priority at this point, and we'll play it by ear to a certain extent. But I think the public health information does not point that it would be prudent for us to wait a month to make this decision. I think then it would be more challenging. But to the governor's point about the preparation and the continuity, I mean, it's going to take significant work for districts to deploy in this manner, and it's a question of stability of the education environment as well, and not being able to turn around, ramp up, and ramp down so quickly. So I think it's going to be as difficult as this is. I think to a certain extent, on the other hand, it provides some stability and gives us the ability to innovate and be creative, and we know those efforts, the trajectory of those efforts, and the timeline in which we'll be working under those constraints.
Okay, thank you.
Amy Ash Nixon, Caledonia Record.
Amy, *6.
Go ahead, Amy. Amy, you should be unmuted.
Unmute your phone, too.
Unmute your phone if you have your phone muted.
Hello?
We have you now, Amy.
Okay, sorry. Governor, 2 stores in New Hampshire have reported that grocery store workers have tested positive. Are we seeing that in Vermont, and are any steps going to be taken to protect people in retail?
We have guidance from the health department. I haven't heard of any in this state, but again, this is happening right before our eyes. We need to make sure that we're feeding and taking care of people. We'll, unless Dr. Levine has anything to add, we have guidelines for personal protection. We would like you to adhere to those guidelines, whether when you're out in the public and whether you're performing these critical tasks.
Thank you.
Any education questions from the reporters in the room? Calvin?
So the extended dismissal of schools, this will go until probably early to mid-June. Does this signify that businesses should still be closed at that time as well?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take anything from the extension or dismissal of the schools to indicate what our plan is in terms of businesses. Our hope really is that businesses will be allowed to go back to work at some point when it's safe and when we think the timing is right based on all the information data that we have available at the time. But this was really to give some expectations for the students, for their families. It may not be good news, and I acknowledge that this is tough stuff. But at least they know what's before them over the next 3 or 4 months. But this is not an indication of what's going to happen with businesses.
I guess if I could just have one follow-up as well. Are you, concerned of schools not enforcing the completion of this work or these requirements going forward over the next couple months?
I have complete faith in the schools. We're working with the superintendents and all the administrators and teachers, the NEA and others to try and work on this together. So I have great faith in everyone involved to do their very best to make sure that we fulfill our responsibility to educate our kids.
And what about families that are going to be concerned about getting childcare if they're going to have to return to work within the next week, within the next month or so? What do you say to them for people that are worried about that?
Yeah, this is challenging times. We're going to have to get creative in this respect. And hopefully that we'll have a plan in place and we'll be able to open up other options as we move forward. But at this point, really, we're focused on mitigation, slowing the spread, making sure that we have the capacity in the hospital and the healthcare system to accommodate what we see as a ramping up. So until that time, we're going to have to pay attention and do all we can to make sure that we slow the spread of this disease down.
Anyone else on education in the room? Any other education questions on the phone? All right, we're going to move on to our regular questions and start with Greg.
Yes. Hi, this is Greg from the County Courier. I have an educational related question.
Great, go ahead, Greg.
Governor Scott, thanks for making this time for us. You've talked about the importance of technical education, including in your own life. I'm wondering how technical education is going to look under a remote learning environment.
Yeah, that's a great question, and not something that I haven't thought about, but I'm somewhat leaving it up to others to help move ourselves through this process. There are a lot of things that we can do. Again, have to get creative in how we do it. But I would have some thoughts myself on how to do it, but I'm going to leave it to the experts to determine that. Secretary French, do you have anything to add on that?
No, thank you, Governor. I think this is a great question. One of the things we're preparing to do at the agency is to support that type of integration across different boundaries that have existed in education previously. The group inside the agency that will be leading up our continuity of learning efforts is the group that also supervises the career technical education pathway initiative. So I think we're going to be in a really good position to ensure that sort of the ideas that might have previously existed in silos inside the education system are more broadly disseminated. But I think it's going to be all hands on deck, and there's going to be some certainly some challenges in front of us, but also some exciting opportunities, I think.
All right, Sean Cunningham, the Chester Telegraph. *6 to unmute, Sean.
On Wednesday, we asked about the progress of developing medical surge capacity in the southern part of the state. So far, we haven't heard much that's detailed or definitive, but we've spoken with hospital officials here who say that, to the best of their knowledge, the state hasn't been in touch with them for planning surge capacity. Can you say who's planning the surge centers and where they are in their work?
Commissioner Sherling will answer that question for you.
Great question. There is a robust surge team made up of folks from the Department of Health, the Hospital Association, some hospital presidents, and our team. And we actually touched base yesterday with all of the hospital presidents on the telephone. The surge effort really is being led by the hospitals determining what the best clinical posture they believe is as this unfolds, and the state is preparing to deploy resources in a nimble kind of way to ensure that they've got what they need. A lot of that surge capacity, we're hopeful, and the plans that are continuing to emerge will be internal to hospitals, and then there'll be a secondary surge capacity that's built at their request by the state backing them up. So we don't anticipate at this point that you're going to see a surge site in the southern part of the state deployed like the first three, and that's because the clinical judgment on this is evolving on a day-to-day basis.
Can you explain how hospitals here, as of yesterday, maybe you've spoken with them then, but as of yesterday, had no contact with the state?
Well, I would say they internal to the hospital communication lines, the president of the Hospital Association and the leader of the executive director of the Hospital Association are on the surge team, so they're working this daily, and the communication lines to hospitals generally go through that. I can't speak for the potential breakdown in communication, but there's a lot going on, so I'm sure that not everyone in every facility with the thousands of employees is aware of everything.
Thank you.
All right, Alex from the Journal Opinion News. JO News, *6 to unmute. All right, we'll move on and come back if we have time. Tim McQuiston, Vermont Business Magazine. Tim, *6 to unmute.
Comcast is still sending out disconnect notices this week, which seems to contradict the PUC press release from last week. If families don't have money, how can they assure that their internet phones are not going to be disconnected?
Yeah, again, Tim, I haven't heard about those disconnect notices, but I would offer anyone receiving a disconnect notice should call 211 so that we can account for that. We'll work with the Comcast and others to make sure that doesn't happen. And I would say they're not regulated, so it's difficult. We offer guidance. We hope that they would hold off on any disconnection of those devices, because we certainly do need them for communication as well as some of the learning opportunities. So we'll work with them to be sure that that doesn't continue to happen. But I would offer again, if anyone is receiving a notice, call 211 so that we can receive that information and try and work with the utilities.
Thank you.
Courtney Landon, 7 days. Courtney, *6 to unmute. Courtney, 7 days.
Hello?
Hi, Courtney.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. So I learned from Dr. Levine today that the health department has obviously seen a benefit in expanding the availability of tests. Can you talk more about whether the availability before, earlier in the crisis, or the lack of tests earlier, if it had hampered the state's ability to check the spread, and explain more about how Vermont is able to procure more of these test kits? Thank you.
I'll let Dr. Levine answer that question.
There was a lot of questions. I'll try to remember them all. So actually, at the very, very earliest part of the crisis, most states did not have the ability to do any kind of expansive testing because the CDC had just allowed them to begin to validate testing protocols and gave them permission, if you will, to do in-state testing. It had all been done by the national lab prior to that. We've only been in this maybe 2.5 weeks, and within that first week, we all at the health department saw the wisdom in trying to find out how pervasive this virus was within our population. And so we went from a high priority approach, which we still continue, respecting those who are older or have coexisting conditions or are hospitalized or are in long-term care facilities or are healthcare workers. We saw that going from that approach to expanding it to symptomatic Vermonters in their communities would be a wise strategy if we could maintain and sustain that. So since the first week, we've actually had a more expansive strategy that has allowed us to really get a handle on the spread of the disease throughout the state and to try to do the right things with Vermonters who wonder if they have it and if they should be isolated or not. But we didn't have the capacity to do that on as large a scale as we wanted to. And that's why the recent procurement of more both collection and testing supplies has made that more of a reality for us, and it's much more feasible for us to do. And we're going to do it full bore, even if it means we run ourselves to be at risk for eventually not having enough supplies 10 days or more from this point, because this is really the critical juncture while everybody is, if you will, abiding by the stay-at-home, stay-safe policy to really work on knowing who's infected, who's not, and making sure that those isolation procedures go well. so that the disease is really kept under control and we flatten the curve. I won't deny that there was a little bit of luck involved in how we got some of the extraction kits that we needed. We have people in high places that actually have some connection to Vermont and actually have some understanding of what Vermont is going through, and I think that was very, very helpful. But that will never suffice by itself, which is why we have multiple strategies going on at the same time to ensure an adequate supply of kits of both sort, collection kits and testing kits. I hope that answered all of the questions you asked.
All set, Courtney?
Yep, all set, thank you.
Wilson Ring, AP.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, great. Good. Anyway, Dr. Levine, I'm really curious what you make, and I know numbers and statistics in Vermont are a really tricky thing, but Vermont seems to be about equal with, if not having surpassed, both New Hampshire and Maine, which have twice the populations in the number of positive tests. And I think New Hampshire has had one fatality, and Maine just reported its first fatality this morning. What do you think? Is there something going on here beyond random chance? And what do you think that is?
Yeah, I think it's quite clear, actually. Number one, the number of cases we have is a direct outgrowth of the policy and testing we've been pursuing. And that, if there's a fundamental issue across our nation in wondering how this epidemic is unfolding and why it seems to be so aggressively increasing, it's all because of inadequacy of early testing and now testing starting to catch up. But when it comes to the deaths, I would just use the word outbreak. We have one long-term care facility that had an outbreak of COVID-19 in a very frail, elderly, chronically ill population. And for many in that population, the goals of care, due to other conditions that were sometimes cardiac, sometimes dementia, etc., the goals of care were not aggressive treatment in a hospital or ICU setting. So 70% of the Vermont deaths actually have occurred in that population, and only one of the 7 deaths in that population actually occurred in a hospital setting. Again, due to advanced directives and understanding of what the goals of care were. So I think that makes our numbers look worse because that's all it takes in a given state, as we've seen in many states now in the country, to have an uptick in your number of deaths. But I don't want to underestimate the power of this virus and say that it's only going to kill people of that demographic. We still need to all be concerned about spread of that virus to vulnerable people, and that's a big reason why all of the strategies we're using are so important.
All right, Wilson, all set? Yeah. Okay. Nora from Nora from the Valley News. Nora, *6 to unmute. All right, we'll come back to Nora. Liam from VPR.
Wait, excuse me? Hello?
Oh, okay, go ahead, Nora. Go ahead, Nora.
Is that you, Nora?
Okay, Nora, please hold. We'll come back to you at the end. Liam from VPR.
Hi, Dr. Levine. So I had a question regarding Burlington Health and Rehab. We've seen the number of cases there continue to grow, and as you said, that's where most of the deaths in the state have taken place. efforts to contain the outbreak proceeding at this point if we keep seeing cases go up? And are you considering more drastic measures, like evacuating the facility?
So I would be careful because as you say the words, as we see cases go up, the majority of the cases were well defined very early on, and there are other individuals whose testing has become positive, but they were probably in an incubation period, if I could use that word, over a period of time. We're actually very pleased with the containment efforts and the infection control efforts that the facility has abided by and continue to abide by. We've had people in there looking as the health department and the Department of Disabilities, Aging, and Independent Living has also had a look, and we think that they're doing everything they should be doing. We've had phone calls with the Centers for Disease Control to review all of those policies, and they're comfortable. They have had really good results with cohorting staff and cohorting patients so that they don't run the risk of vectoring infection throughout the facility. And any staff that have been positive have been quickly identified and obviously are staying out of work. So I don't think we could ask for much more. We certainly haven't thought of closure, as you were alluding to in your question. I think you are aware that a number of their patients were transferred from the subacute rehab floor out of the facility successfully, and that patients on that floor had not seen any infection. Thanks.
April? Go ahead, Liam.
Well, I mean, with regards to the patients that were transferred out, I mean, you know, 7 Days had a story yesterday that some of the virus might have spread to some folks on that floor. Just kind of wondering if what the status of those patients is then. I mean, if they're still like removed and how they're going or how they're doing.
Yeah, so they are still removed, and I am not aware of how they're doing in the short time that's elapsed since they left, but they're all being treated as if they could harbor infection, so with appropriate isolation precautions. I'm not really at liberty, because I'm not in the loop of knowing what their condition is, but they're all being cared for appropriately.
Is that it, Liam?
Yeah, thanks.
April, Burlington Free Press. Go ahead.
Hi there. I would like to go back to Secretary French, if possible. My question is, what are schools going to be doing about standardized testing, like the SBAC, or also taking the SAT or the ACT, and just wondering about educational testing, if any of that still take place, and if so, how will that be rolled out?
Secretary French.
Hi. Yep. Hi, this is Dan French. Thank you for your question. We did receive a waiver for the state assessment, the SBAC, and its related accountability provision, so that will not be occurring in the spring. The other test you alluded to, the ACT, I know the ACT has pushed back its date. The Education Board, which governs the SAT, has canceled one testing date, but has currently kept their other schedule, and they're reviewing their June date. But students can stay tuned to that information directly on the SAT website, and we're making accommodations based on the conditions in each testing location. But the state level testing has been canceled for the spring.
Great. Do we know anything about district testing or just individual schools, and how we're going to make sure that students are learning the necessary materials, or is that going to be done on a school-by-school basis?
Yeah, that testing, as it had before, will be done on a school-by-school basis, certainly as part of districts formulating a continuity learning plan, they will be having to consider how to assess private student work. So that'll be something certainly that district school will address closely.
Great, thank you.
Brittany?
Two-part question here. So, Governor, what would you say to people who think all these steps that we're taking is an overreaction? And also, kind of, yesterday, Trump said that when New York asked for relief, that the number was 30,000 ventilators, that they don't need that many. Do you have a response to someone saying we don't need that many ventilators and this is a reaction?
Yeah. Maybe answering the first one, first part of the question first. I would say that we need to take this seriously, that we've seen how quickly this has evolved. You don't have to look very far to see the effects that it's had on New York City in particular, and the outer regions in a short period of time. It wasn't just 10 days ago that they weren't really affected a whole lot. And now they've grown to, I think it was yesterday, they had 38,000 cases. The highest number in the nation and probably the world in one city. But this is going to grow. It's highly contagious, and people are very infectious, and so we have to take this seriously now. And if it's an overreaction, I'll take the brunt of that when it's appropriate. But at this point, public safety has to come first. And I'm going to do everything I can. I've always said that throughout my 4 years as governor now. Public safety is first, and we'll continue to take that path to protect our citizens. So the second part was the number of ventilators, and I can only say my heart goes out to those in New York City and the governor when pleading with others that they need ventilators. We're doing the same thing. We want to be prepared. So we're pulling every lever. I'm spending a lot of time on the phone trying to track some down, talking to manufacturers, talking to people all over the world to try and find a path forward so that when the surge hits us, if it hits us, that we're prepared and have the ventilators available. So I would just offer that if they don't feel they're necessary, they ought to get on the front lines and see for themselves, because I would say we're going to need them, and New York City certainly does need them.
All right, back to the phone. Ann Galloway, Digger. Star 6 to unmute. Ann Galloway.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my questions. Like Leah, my question's about Burlington Health and Rehab. I wondered how many cases have been identified there, how many deaths, and why hasn't the state required that everyone be taken out and treated elsewhere? Have they all been tested? And could you give us more information about the advanced directives that you mentioned? Is there any kind of do not resuscitate order there?
So 17 total patient cases and 7 deaths. I do not appropriately know the medical records of every patient, but from talking with physicians, I understand that many of the patients have do not resuscitate orders, do not intubate orders, often do not bring to the hospital orders, which are consonant with the patient's wishes and the family's wishes. They're not directives by the healthcare system. Did I answer everything?
Could you also tell us how many patients have been hospitalized from Burlington Health, and more generally, how many patients in Vermont have been hospitalized? Can you start releasing hospitalization data?
Yeah, so one of the patients from there was hospitalized. I believe it was the first one. And we actually do have hospitalization data on a daily basis. We'd like it to be more robust because it requires a very firm reporting structure between every hospital and our health operations center. And so we're not always 100% sure of the accuracy, but that's the work that's been going in progress as a result of the phone calls we've had yesterday and today. And Secretary Smith has the actual up-to-date numbers that we can give you now.
And Mike Smith, just to give you updates on confirmed COVID-19 inpatient, the number today is 14. The COVID-19 patients under investigation, that's inpatient under investigation. That number is also 14. And COVID-19 patient that has been recovered or discharged, that number is 1.
And so if I might interrupt, is that the cumulative number of people who have been hospitalized, the inpatient number you gave, 14? Or is that just today?
And I'll get back to you on that. That's the numbers I have in front of me right now. I'll get back to you whether that is the total number.
All right. Let me just go back and see if Nora from the Valley News is now ready. *6, Nora. Go ahead, Nora.
You might have to unmute your phone.
You might have to unmute your phone as well, Nora. All right, Guy?
Yes. Governor, regarding plastic bags, call out a question here. Many grocery stores are limiting use of reusable grocery bags. Have you considered postponing the July 1 implementation date of the single-use plastic bag ban?
Yeah, that question has come up. I've seen that. I don't have the ability to extend the date. That would take legislative action. Have brought it up to them to see if that's of any interest to them. We'll work with them if that's what they want to do. We could waive any penalties as a result. So we're contemplating all those actions. Not high on the priority list today, but understand if it's a health risk, we want to make sure that we take care of that.
I think there was one more question on the phone from Mike at Digger. Follow-up or?
It's a separate question.
Stand by, please. Mike at Digger. All right.
If Mike's not going to chime in, this is Greg from the County Courier. I do have one follow-up.
All right, go ahead.
This is for probably the commissioner or the governor. Commissioner Levine, you talked about smoking, vaping, and alcohol consumption being a risk factor, and yet state liquor stores have been classified as essential. I'm wondering what makes them essential. And another question that's kind of come up in our area in Franklin County, we have a lot of workers that are continuing to work at the Vermont Service Center Integration in St. Albans, and there's a lot of people wondering what makes them essential workers. Thank you.
I would say, first of all, some of the liquor stores are attached to grocery stores, so we're keeping both of them open at the same time. And I would also offer that some of the distilleries around the state and others have joined in trying to come up with ways to make hand sanitizer and so forth. So we're very fortunate to have those businesses that do that. What was the second part of the question?
second part of the question?
The second half was the Vermont Service Center, also known as Immigration in St. Albans. They're still at work. They're apparently deemed essential. There's a lot of people in the community that wonder why they're considered essential.
I'll let Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thanks. This is Deputy Secretary Ted Brady from the Agency of Commerce. So the agency has implemented the directive from the governor's executive order to help define which businesses may continue in-person operations. And in that directive and guidance, there's specific language that references both the executive order, some frequently asked questions that we've published, sector-by-sector guidance, and references best practices nationally. And there are national security issues that are allowed to continue operating, and Homeland Security operations are amongst those operations.
All right, we have one more question in the room.
Yeah, Governor Scott, separately, not related to COVID-19, there was a report out of Canada yesterday, Justin Trudeau saying that the federal government might be looking at installing troops at the U.S.-Canadian border. I just wanted to get your reaction to that, and if you had heard anything in terms of, are there any problems at the border right now, or have you heard anything from the Trump administration?
I will only offer that we still must protect our borders, even during these times, maybe more important than ever. And whatever action they take will be on the federal level, and we'll just see what comes into play. But at this point in time, I'm sure that all things are being considered. Protecting our borders for our national security is of a high interest to all of us.
All right, we're going to wrap up, but I just wanted to offer, I got an update on the Comcast question with Public Service Department hearing about that from this press conference. They are in contact with Comcast and reaching out to
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And if you can't see us, don't be disheartened. We can't see each other.
We can't see you either.
We're doing this show by telephone from home, and I must say that I'm glad to have Tom back on. We missed him the last couple of weeks, and the only advantage that we had in the show was that my face was visible, and I'm pretty sure that from the point of view of advantage, that's not an advantage. Anyway, this is Energy Week number 365, and it is being recorded on the 2nd of April, 2020, and we will start on March 26th. And I want to say, if you want to read more on any of these, you can go to geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date. We're starting on the 26th of March, and that'll give you 15 or so items to search through to find the specific article that you want. You can also go to the website, which is linked at the recording of this particular show, which BCTV does on their website, and it's put up on YouTube and so forth. So we're starting on the 26th of March, and we have a picture of a wind turbine blade being attached from inside the rotor.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big picture window, and it's not. It's a hole.
It looks like the biggest porthole that ever happened.
And you can see on the right, you can see the parts of a crane. And that woman's standing there, and she's got to connect about 150 little bolts.
Yeah.
So she's going to be busy this afternoon.
I think she is, yes. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Well, the title of the picture says Attaching a Blade, and the title of the article says Wind Capacity Grows by Over 60% in 2019.
I'm going to correct you, Tom. It says gigawatts.
Huh? What did I say?
You said percent.
Oh, it does say gigawatts.
And the synopsis says, this, by the way, is from Renews, and the synopsis says global wind energy capacity increased by over 60 gigawatts in 2019, making it the second highest year for new installations, according to a report from the Global Wind Energy Council. The 15th edition of the Global Wind Report said year-on-year growth in 2019 was 19%, with 60.4 gigawatts installed. That's a lot of gigawatts.
Well, you've heard me say on this show before, gig means big.
That's right.
As a quick takeaway here, the report says that the main driver for growth was market-based mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is indeed. Yep. And we've also mentioned in the past, I talked about capacity factors, and the wind turbines, if you're lucky, you're going to get a 50% capacity factor. If you're not so lucky, it might be as low as 35. But
this is the capability of the wind farms to generate electricity.
Right. And nuclear power has a 90% or so capacity factor in the United States. It's more like 80 or so. I'm going to say 92, 93 in the United States, 83 or 84 in the rest of the world. So putting up 60 gigawatts of wind capacity is like putting up 30 large size nuclear power plants.
The times they are changing.
They are indeed. You got more on that one, Tom?
Well, it just says emerging markets in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Southeast Asia showed only moderate growth. Most of this growth is occurring in the more advanced markets.
Right.
And the UK is in the top spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're putting in wind energy. I noticed, by the way, today that a note went into the news, and we'll have it next week, about the UK is closing its last coal-burning power plant.
We ought to have a party.
Yeah. Okay, we have a picture of the picture is titled "Depending on Coal," which is a title I gave it.
Okay.
It's a picture,
and it's kind of a murky picture of a city in China.
I think that's what it is. But that coal-burning power plant is gigantic. Look at the size of that thing.
It is that. It is that.
And this is from the Sydney Morning Herald.
And what the article says, well, the picture, depending on coal, that was what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the article says coal power remains in global decline despite Chinese surge.
The impact of coronavirus has prompted a surge in coal-fired power plant construction permits in China, with the government issuing more permits in a couple of weeks in March than it did all of last year. However, would-be developers are having difficulty getting financing. And it looks to me like it's not such a great surge in China.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm having a problem. I can't get another page.
Uh-oh.
I'm working off a PDF and apparently it's only copied the first page. I'm going to have to switch to a Word document.
Do that. Or you could go online and go to the.
I got the Word document right here, so
okay.
A couple of clicks. I got exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the Sydney Morning Herald. I got that one.
Okay.
And have you read the blurb?
Yes. Yes, I have.
The would-be developers are having difficulty finding financing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, it sounds to me like it's not such a great surge.
Well, leaders have toughened their stance against fossil fuels as prices for renewables continue to fall.
Yeah, we're going to see some more of that later in this show.
Uh-huh. Well, we got another one coming up here. We got a picture of Science the Times.
That's right. This is from Clean Technica.
Okay.
Got a title?
It says, nature is trying to tell us something. Is there anybody listening?
The coronavirus has upended our society. The head of the Federal Reserve predicts a 50% reduction in America's GDP in the second and third quarters this year, with unemployment of 30% or more. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, President Trump, is pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. Now, remember, this was something that appeared last Thursday, which is a week ago today. Things have changed a lot since then. And
yeah, they have.
Huh?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. And
Easter, for what it's worth, is Sunday, April 12th. That's coming quick.
It's coming quick. The 12th, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with unemployment, but I saw this morning that 6.5 million people had filed, which is the highest. It's double the previous week, and that week was a record that was just astonishing compared to anything that had ever happened before. So we've had 10 million people apply for unemployment in a 2-week period.
Well, this is a great unknown. There's going to be all sorts of consequences of this.
Yeah, but Donald Trump is no longer pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. In fact, he said he would be doing a really good job if only 100,000 people die.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? You want to move on, Tom?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. Nature is sending us a message.
Yeah.
Loss of habitat caused by increasing population and warmer temperatures is forcing humans and animals into closer contact, which increases the odds that animal-borne diseases will be transmitted to people.
Yes, and there's another thing that increases those odds, and it's specific to not just China, but there's a lot of it in China, which is sale of wild animals for human food in markets in Chinese cities, and that really does bring wild animals into contact with human beings pretty intimate.
They're saying that's a very strong part of the cause of this thing.
Yeah, and they don't know what species of animal it came from. I've seen some people talk about bats, and I've seen some people talk about pangolins.
Yep.
And pangolins are interesting little creatures.
Yeah, they got scales.
They have scales, yes. Well, anyway, there you go. All set?
Well, let's move up to Friday, March 27th.
Good idea.
We got a picture here of C1.
Yes, and this is from Renews.
And you can see this sort of goes along with the first picture we saw.
Sure does.
The woman was standing in the cell, and there's a picture right in the middle of the picture is in the cell. And it looks like they are in the process here of installing a blade.
It sure does. It sure does. So what do you got for title?
UK renewables bask in record 2019.
Renewable energy generated a record 37% of the UK's electricity demand in 2019, with wind contributing more than half that amount, according to new statistics released by the UK government. Onshore and offshore wind farms each contributed 9.9% of the total amount of electricity generated.
Well, this Hornsea plant is located 50 miles off the Yorkshire coast, the east coast of England, in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And it's the largest offshore wind farm in the world.
Yes.
And they have great plans to build more there.
They're building offshore wind farms like crazy. And, you know, they didn't want onshore wind farms spoiling the beautiful kind of rustic feel of the English countryside. And having lived there, I can understand that. But on the other hand, you know, England is not going to, the UK, Scotland, none of those countries is going to be the same in the future because of climate change. They're all already changing enormously.
Absolutely. Well, let's move along here. We got a picture of a solar farm. It's a big solar farm.
And it's a what solar farm?
Very large.
I think this is a large solar farm. Yeah, I think, Tom, you're probably right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
Well, it says AEMO warns any further delays in renewables transition could hit gas supplies.
This is
if you're wondering what AEMO is, you're going to tell us.
I believe I will. It's Australia's energy market operator. That's the equivalent, I think, of an ISO, like we have ISO New England, which
exactly the same. It's who determine pretty much how to dispatch the power to us.
Right. And Australia's energy market operator has warned that any delays to at least 30 gigawatts and up to 47 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity required to realize its draft integrated system plan could force it to lean more heavily on costly and polluting gas. And of course, this is interesting because if they lean more on natural gas, it means that the price of natural gas is going to go up and it's not going to be available to households. So, you know, they're pushing to get this. They want to make sure that this is not stopped for political reasons or because of the coronavirus.
Yep. Well, the key message out of this one is there is no time to lose.
Yes, I think that's true. But the thing that I found interesting about it was they need to have this capacity, this new renewable capacity that's on the books is coming along in order to save on natural gas. So I thought that was an interesting situation.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
The picture here is of tribal land. It's really quite pretty picture.
It is. This is apparently on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. And we have the item is from Clean Technica.
Federal judge rules permits for Dakota Access Pipeline are invalid.
Yeah, this is something.
There's more happening on this one.
This is kind of amazing. And in a sense, I have to call it a comeuppance for the company that put this in there because they started construction without the permits, despite the fact that the Indian reservation wanted this thing not to be there. But basically, the permits were eventually given. Now, this reads, even though the Dakota Access Pipeline has been completed and placed into service, a federal judge ruled this week that all environmental permits for it were granted without adequate review or input from the indigenous communities impacted by it. So that's kind of a problem. They've spent a lot of money, they've got the thing running, and it's not legal.
Well, the judge has ordered the Corps of Engineers to conduct a full environmental review of the project, which they should have done.
They should have done, yes.
And he's considering whether the invalidity of the permits means the pipeline should be shut down.
Yes.
So this could have big impacts.
Oh yeah, this could have big impacts. But you know what, Tom? I wonder whether that pipeline is ever going to be paid off, even in the best conditions for it.
Well, the times are changing, and they didn't anticipate, I think, the fact that natural gas, particularly frac natural gas, is expensive to produce.
Yes.
We'll be talking about that again later.
We will, and we'll also be talking about the price of oil hitting ridiculous figures.
Yep.
And at those figures, that pipeline might as well just not be used.
Bingo.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 28th, and we have an item here from Clean Technica.
There's a picture of a car on a train.
Taken from right next to the car.
Volvo moves to rail transport to reduce carbon emissions. It's an interesting article.
It is a very interesting article. Volvo is just one of the many companies switching from over-the-road trucks to rail transport to move cars from its factories to storage depots across Europe, China, and the United States. The switch to rail reduced CO2 emissions by nearly 75% on one European delivery route.
And on another route, the emissions were cut by half.
Yeah. And, you know, the choice is, are you going to send these things out by rail or are you going to send them by truck? And by truck means you're not carrying very many in each load, and each load takes a lot of oil.
I'm surprised they haven't done this by themselves just for economic reasons.
Well, I'm kind of surprised too. The rail systems in Europe have been, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my recollection.
Ours.
Huh? Yeah, much better. My recollection was that the rail systems in Europe were absolutely amazingly good, but you got to bear in mind that recollection goes back 58 years. They were really good when I was just amazing. They were so good, and now I would think that they'd still be moving things by rail, but you know, apparently those companies had switched to trucks. So
well, they're switching back to rail.
I guess.
That's what this article is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., Volvo's South Carolina is starting to take new cars by rail to depots in cities across North America.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, they make the cars in Europe. They bring them over here, and a lot of them go to New Jersey. You can see a place there where there's thousands of cars stacked up. And that's close to rail. So what they're just doing now is put them on trains.
I don't understand why people have been moving stuff by truck. Really, I mean, there's reasons why you would move stuff by truck, but it seems that a lot of things that are moved by truck could be moved by rail.
Well, I think they're finding that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got another picture here of some solar panels in China.
They're looking like they're in a park.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Now, this is from Smart Energy.
Renewables set to win during China's COVID-19 lockdown.
In China, lower demand for electricity during the COVID-19 downturn has affected power generation sectors unevenly. Thermal power generation dropped 9% year on year during the first 2 months of the year, but wind generation increased by 1% and solar is up 12%. And of course, what that means is they could permit all the plants they want, but they're not going to do anything if they can't sell electricity.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got anything else on that, Tom?
Not anything really of great significance. So let's move on.
Okay.
And we had a picture of China, and we got a picture of Kansas.
Yes.
U.S. renewable energy increases in 2019. I emphasis on the word increases.
Right. And this is from North American Wind Power, which, of course, we could accuse rightfully of tooting its own horn. I think that they would admit that. But here's the synopsis. The production of U.S. energy from solar sources increased by 13.85% in 2019, while output from wind power grew by 10.06%, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of newly released data from the Energy Information Administration's latest issue of monthly energy review.
Well, the data reveals that for the first time, energy from solar sources topped 1% of the total U.S. energy production.
Yeah, we have to be clear.
From wind reached nearly 3%.
Yeah, we have to be clear about this. There is the percentage of electricity generated, and there is separately the percentage of energy. And when you're dealing with electricity, you get very much higher percentages because solar and wind is generating basically just electricity. But when you're dealing with energy, you have to include the gasoline you put in your car. You have to include the propane you use to cook your dinner, diesel oil that's used to drive trucks and so forth. Everything is included in that. The home heating.
Not just electricity.
Yeah. So the figures that I keep in my mind are figures for the figures I usually have in my mind are the ones that relate to electricity, and the growth in solar and wind power is I don't know. I think solar and wind power are probably, they're about renewables in general, including hydropower and so forth, are contributing about 20%. And I really expect that they're probably going to top the output of coal by the end of the year.
Well, it makes sense just for economic reasons.
Yeah, that's right. And we have part of the story of it's making sense coming up in this next item, which is from Sunday, March 29th. But do you have more on that one?
No, let's move on to the next one. Picture of a unit train.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
In Wyoming. Although you can tell this is eastern Wyoming. Everything is flat, no mountains.
That unit train reminds me of a time, it was about 20 years ago, I took a rail out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got on Amtrak and just kept going, stopped in Chicago, went through the Dakotas. And an interesting thing that I noticed then was the passenger train took second fiddle to these unit trains of coal. They would put us in a siding while this unit train went by.
Really?
Which I wouldn't expect. I would have figured that the people took priority.
Well, I'm not surprised in a sense because I had an uncle. He was actually my grandmother's brother, who worked on the rail system in the United States. I'm going to say probably just before the First World War, and he worked on silk trains that would carry the silk from ports. I think it was Seattle. To New York City, and they wanted that silk to move as fast as it could possibly go, and they even sidelined express passenger trains.
Well, that's what was happening with the coal trains.
Yeah. Although, I don't know, it's not going to happen much longer, I don't think. Okay.
Well, there's a little bit here of informational stuff that I will pass on.
Yeah.
It came from the article, and it explains some things that we have been talking about.
But Tom,
huh?
We haven't read the title and the synopsis yet.
Oh, we're getting ahead of me.
Let's get a
U.S. coal exports declined in 2019.
Right, and this is from the Beckley Register Herald. In 2019, U.S. coal exports fell to 93 million short tons, down 20% from the previous year. That's a big decline. The Energy Information Administration's annual coal report provided this information. Steam coal exports were affected by the downturn in global, most affected, dropping 30% in 2019 from 2018. But metallurgical coal, what they call met coal, was down 12%. And,
that's just what I was going to cover.
Yeah.
Beckley, for what it's worth, happens to be in the heart of the West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, okay.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Steam coal, also known as thermal coal, is used for electricity generation and space heating for homes and businesses.
Right.
Metallurgical coal is used to produce coke, a primary fuel and reactant in the blast furnace process for steelmaking.
Right.
So demand for metallurgical coal is correlated with the demand for that steel.
Yes.
And most metallurgical coal comes from Appalachia.
Right, and that's important to the people of West Virginia. That's important.
Well, yeah, it employs most of the people in that part of West Virginia by quite a big degree.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
We have a picture of a very snazzy truck.
Yeah, I like that one. Called Out of Date and Just a Little Bit Obsolete.
Well, that again was my title. This comes from Entercom Inc.
Exxon may crush bailout hopes for suffering fracking companies. This is significant.
This shows you what's going on. Different people have got different ideas about what to do. In a remarkable interview on March 26th, CEO Scott Sheffield of shale firm Pioneer Natural Resources gave great clarity to why shale companies are unlikely to get bailed out and why the American Petroleum Institute has been touting free markets and opposing the bailout. Well, Yeah, it's easy to tout the free market when you can use it to destroy your competition.
Well, this is an interesting takeaway from it, or sideline.
Yeah.
There's about 74 independent shale companies.
Yes.
There's only going to be about 10 of them left at the end of 2021. The rest of them are going to become ghosts or zombies.
Yeah, that's basically what they're predicting.
And it's saying they're deeply indebted and they're losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, well, this is something that it's really almost. I feel sympathy for people who are working in this business because it's an expensive business. Oil is not inexpensive to produce. It's a business that has been under pressure because of a whole variety of problems. The amount of money they've got to put into drilling, the fact that the wells don't keep producing very long.
Well, that's a big disappointment. They're not producing anywhere near what they predicted.
Yeah, and then on top of everything else, these people have got debts they have to pay. They've got bondholders, and all of a sudden comes along the coronavirus, which cuts demand, and then comes along this trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia, in which they're supposedly shooting at each other, but somehow the bullets come at us.
This is kind of an interesting thing. It looks like Exxon is going to wind up buying up all these independent shale companies, and basically they've been speculating.
Yeah, and you know what? If Exxon is going to is going to buy up those companies, they're going to buy them up for almost literally for a song.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar? Do you think it'll be as much as a penny? There have been shale oil companies that have gone broke, and they have. Coal companies have done this. They've gone broke and offered up their assets for sale, and no bidders.
No bidders for it. Nobody even wants it. Huh?
And this is going to happen to the shale companies too. And then you've got the problem of they've created a big pond of petroleum, a thing that ducks land in and die. And who's going to clean that up?
I'm not.
Well, I'm not either. So,
well, let's move along here and take a picture of misinformation.
And that's what she was. You'll see that misinformation is actually part of the picture.
Well, that's just what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Misinformation kills. I'm not talking about her.
Yeah, well.
Link between climate denial and coronavirus conspiracy.
Yeah. Misinformation is being spread, scientific warnings are being ignored, and leading Republicans have said that addressing the problem is either too expensive or too difficult. No, this isn't climate change. This is the new reality of the novel coronavirus. Things have changed since this particular news item appeared.
Well, with the article is not knocking conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories and fake news have been on the rise.
Yes, they have.
Theories hide a larger problem: widespread skepticism about the severity of the crisis. Such spreading of misinformation can put people in danger. Well, the bottom line is we don't really know what's going on.
No, we don't. And I've seen a couple of articles about that. One of them was, I forget the man's name. He's the head health official in France, and he said the numbers are just wrong. He said the numbers. There are people who die at home, and there are people who die in other places, and they're not even being counted in the coronavirus deaths. And he said,
but they didn't go to the hospital.
That's right. But one of the things that he said that surprised me, and then when I read on in the article, I found that this was true not only in France, but in most places, including the United States. If people die in nursing homes, they're very likely not going to be added to that list.
Uh-huh.
And, this is a serious problem. On the other hand, this particular virus, I never realized until this thing came along how delicate viruses are. If you wash your hands, if you've got the virus on your hands and you wash them, what you're doing is the soap you're using, assuming that you're washing with soap, which you should, is going to remove a layer of fat on the outside of the virus that protects it from being oxygenated.
Oh.
Once it gets out into the air and is exposed to the air, it's only going to last for minutes before it's gone.
So washing your hands makes a lot of sense.
Washing your hands, and you know, they used to say, wash your hands, if you want to sanitize your hands, wash your hands for a minute in hot water. With this thing, they're saying, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds in water with soap. And what that tells me is that the kinds of things that you're trying to wash off normally are far more difficult to remove than the virus here. But the one thing that you have to do is you have to wash your hands thoroughly. You have to get between your fingers and under your nails and so forth.
Well, there's good germicidal soaps out there now in a little dispenser bottle.
But any soap will work.
Any soap will work.
Any soap, because what you're doing is dissolving a minuscule layer of fat, and once that's gone, that virus is kind of in hopeless shape. Hopeless for it.
Let's move along. Monday, March 30th.
Oh, I should say, by the way, that item came from Grist. Yes, Monday, March 30th. Interesting article here from Clean Tech.
That picture there, when I looked at it, I thought it was a cell phone.
Yeah,
that's a very large automobile battery. It's about 6 feet long by 3 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it fits to the floor of the car.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just going to guess it's 6 or 8 inches thick.
Yeah, something like that.
Not small. It looks like something that could fit into a cell phone. It almost looks like a cell phone battery. But anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for title?
Well, it's interesting here because there's been problems with batteries, and this is talking about that.
Yes.
So BYD, which we talked about, Build Your Dreams, it means.
Yes.
The Chinese company unveils new fire-resistant and explosion-resistant blade batteries.
BYD announced its new blade battery. The company says it can withstand all sorts of punishments that cause ordinary lithium battery cells to burn or explode. These are things like being punctured by a nail, crushed, bent, heated to 300 degrees Celsius, or overcharged by 260%.
Well, what they're saying here is many people are nervous about electric cars.
Yeah.
Hearing they will short circuit in a car wash or heavy rain, or burst into flames in a garage at any time.
Yeah,
that's kind of
not likely.
Crazy, but people do believe. Some people believe that.
Well, there's one of the things about Clean Technica is that they're really into electric vehicles, and particularly they're into Teslas, and they've been running articles for the last couple of years about the fact that if there is a battery fire in an electric vehicle, it's headline news.
Oh, yeah.
It's all over the place. Have you ever seen a car burning on a road?
Yes.
Fully engulfed in fire?
Yes.
That's a scary sight. And I've seen that happen a number of times. And
it's something that's more fearful than one of these batteries.
Far more. And you know, the other thing is, this reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine he was a consultant, and he was a technical consultant, and somebody called him up one day and said, I'm told that you keep guns. Is that true? And he was a little bit leery about answering that straightforwardly, but he did. And the guy said, the person had already identified himself as calling from a place that needed a consultant who could write up a technical problem. He said, we've got a site that you can use, and we've got the equipment, except we don't have somebody who's got a gun, and we want you to come and shoot a battery.
Wow.
So he brought a little pistol. It was a 380, and if you don't know 380s, they're not terribly powerful. They're actually not powerful at all.
It's kind of a gun to carry in a purse or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very popular gun with women who carry guns, and there's a surprising number of them. But he showed up with a 380 and he shot the battery. He said within a minute it was on fire.
Wow.
Now, that was a fair amount of time ago, and that was a problem that Tesla has already addressed to a very large extent. So this business of batteries burning that easily is just not the issue that it would have been if technology had not been updated.
Well, that's what this article's about, really.
Yes.
And this is the future of batteries.
This battery just looks like it's maybe better than other things that are out there. But you never know until things come to market and they are able to go with them.
Let's move on here. We got another one coming up.
Yeah, this is a picture of Alberta tar sands. Doesn't that look like something you'd like to have in your backyard?
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
It's horrible.
I took a look at the article.
Yeah.
We didn't put a picture up, but there's a picture of the tar sands in 1984 and the tar sands today.
Yeah.
And they're about 5 times as big.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And if you look at this picture, you'll see about halfway up on the right side, there are areas that are blue. And I kind of suspect that those are ponds that are very badly polluted with oil.
I wouldn't argue that. I bet you're right on the money.
Just a suspicion.
Well, let's see what it says here. No one is buying Canada's oil. A preview of the near future new normal.
Yep, this is from Clean Technica. As Saudi Arabia and Russia engage in a price war, lower grades of oil are getting hard to sell. One result is that Alberta's crude oil is selling for less than it costs to ship. Western Canada Select, a domestic heavy oil benchmark, has come in at $4.58 US per barrel. And you know, Tom, when I first saw these figures, somebody had forwarded me an article, and I didn't put it in the blog because I didn't believe it. And I went out looking at, general benchmark oil prices, and I didn't see $4.58 a barrel. And then this came into Clean Technica, and I said,
wow.
Did Steve Hanley, the author, I think it was Steve Hanley was the author, did he get fooled? And so I thought, what I should do is I should look specifically for Western Canada Select. And when I did that, I found that at the time I was looking, it was $5.10. And this is astonishing. I haven't seen $4.58 oil since before 1973. This is like, I don't know. It's amazing what this is doing to the shale companies, and we were just talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it has been speculation. People looking to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And it ain't happening.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of speculation, as you said, and there was a lot of people who raised a lot of money, and a lot of money has been lost, and there will be more money lost.
Let's move along here. We'll take a look at a whole bunch of West Virginia coal miners,
who I think are probably all out of work now.
They may very well be.
Yeah.
Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
This is from miningjournal.com. The troubled Pan-Pacific coal miner Coronado Global Resources had to idle its Central Appalachian thermal and metallurgical coal mines. It blamed the COVID-19 induced economic downturn in much of the world. All hourly employees will be laid off. Essential salaried workers will keep working. Now, those essential salaried workers are people who are working in offices to process things.
Yeah, they're not underground.
They're not underground, and they have jobs that if they just stop working, the place would go belly up. So I don't know.
This is interesting. That picture from the article is in the Buchanan mine.
Yeah.
And that's the mine I've been down in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only about 4 feet tall.
Yeah, you told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give you hammers to use as crutches.
Yes. I would come out of a thing like that with an enormous backache, I think.
Well, what did I read? Did I even read it? Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
Yeah.
We read that.
We're up to Tuesday, March 31st, and we've got an interesting picture here of offshore wind power.
Yeah, we do. That big yellow thing is basically the headquarters. That's where all of the cables go to that rig.
Yeah.
And they're all combined in one big cable takes it to the shore.
Right. And that, if you notice, on the left side of that big yellow thing, there's a thing with a flat top that's hanging off the side, and that is a place for helicopters to land.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
That rig looks smaller than a lot of rigs I've seen. It looks to me like it's probably about 4 stories from the bottom of where people might walk to the top of it. So it means what I'm saying is
that's basically a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, people live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's read what it says. Northland makes Canadian offshore move.
This is from Renews. Northland Power, a Canadian company, is to buy an early-stage offshore wind development from Nikon Wind Energy Group off British Columbia, Canada. The deal, which is expected to close in mid-2020, will see Northland take up 100% ownership of the Nikon offshore wind farm. I included this in my blog and in this week's show because they're talking about offshore wind off the west coast of North America.
Right.
There's not a big Atlantic shelf out there. There's a steep Pacific shelf. And
there's a narrow Pacific shelf, and now they're starting to explore floating turbines.
Yes. So
we're going to talk about that.
I think we're going to see more action out there.
Well, if you go to this article, you'll find some related stories.
Yes.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
Northland Center will work closely with the Haida Nation, Indian Nation, to explore the project details. And they also mentioned that Northland is acquiring wind farms in other countries like South Korea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on.
Oh, here we got a nice, interesting picture here.
We do indeed.
Can you see the solar cell in that picture?
Yeah.
Well, what it says here is the company wants to turn your windows into solar panels.
This is from CNN. What if every window could generate electricity? MIT spin-off Ubiquitous Energy has developed transparent solar cells. Its Clearview power windows are what is called solar glass that turn sunlight into energy without the blue-gray opaque panels we generally associate with solar energy. I was a little different.
Generation.
What?
It's a new generation.
It is. We've basically seen this coming. We knew a couple of years ago that people...
We talked about it.
Yeah, but there's 2 things about this, one of which is that really does look like just plain glass. And the second thing about it is I was a little disappointed in this article because it really doesn't give much of the technical details about how much energy is being produced and so forth.
Not how much, but they do. Well, they do mention this. The technology uses an organic dye that can be used to coat glass surfaces. And the dye allows visible sunlight to pass through, just like normal windows, but it captures the invisible infrared rays from the sunlight. It can turn practically any everyday glass surface into a solar cell.
Yeah.
And it says that the transparent panels can produce 2/3 of the energy that traditional panels do.
Yeah.
And they're not very expensive. They cost about 20% more to install than regular plain ordinary glass windows.
That was from CNN, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
Aha! GCL plans to invest $2.5 billion in the world's largest solar panel factory.
A report published by Power Technology says China's GCL Systems integrated technology plans to invest more than $2.5 billion.
That's billion with a B, isn't it?
Billion with a B, to build the world's largest solar panel factory. It will reportedly be able to produce enough solar panels to meet half the global demand. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the amount of money that it takes to meet half the global demand. That's $2.5 billion, as opposed to the amount of money that it takes, which would probably be $10 billion, to build one nuclear reactor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The article says that this factory is going to be capable of building 60 gigawatts worth of solar panels annually.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A gigawatt is big.
A bigawatt.
Gigawatt, that's right.
Well, we got another article coming up. It's for the birds.
Yeah, this is from Wednesday, April 1st, and the article is from BBC.
And that's a nightingale, in case you're wondering.
Yep.
And nightingales are wonderful singers.
That's what they say.
They're the closest thing we have is our own state bird, which is the hermit thrush.
Yeah.
And I was listening to recordings of both of these birds, and they sound very much alike.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, the hermit thrushes, they can sing for an hour and not repeat the same song.
Really?
They're fabulous.
When I was a little kid, I had a canary, and that canary would sing just the most beautiful song, but it sang the same song over and over again.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
No, these guys are very, very creative.
Yeah. So
well,
what's that for a title?
Warning clips the nightingale's wing.
One of the world's favorite songbirds may be undergoing some profound physical impact as temperatures rise. Researchers in Spain found that over a 20-year period, nightingales had been growing to have smaller wingspans. The scientists say this is linked to climate change in the region. The region here being mostly southern England.
That's what they're saying, yep.
Yeah.
The hermit thrush is a state bird, and it even looks like a bird.
Yeah. The Spanish were involved in this because the nightingales, when they migrate from, well, northern Europe, but a lot of them are living in southern England, and they migrate from there to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back again. So that's why the Spanish were involved, because they were, the nightingales. Going through Spain, yeah. Okay, more on that?
Well, I just said that numbers have declined by 90% over the last half century.
Yeah, it's really sad. It really is. Okay.
There's a picture cleverly called Cars on the Road.
Again, my title. They didn't have a title. And you know what I do? I save these pictures that come with the article to a file, and I have to give the file a name. So what you're seeing there is the name of the file I put in. Okay, this is from Benzinga. Benzinga. Okay, I'll let you. Your way is more interesting than mine. Benzinga. There you go.
Trump cuts fuel efficiency standards. Wow. Chastises foolish oil executives on Twitter.
Foolish is his word. This is astonishing to me. The Trump administration cut fuel standards and ushered in a plan calling for significantly lower annual increases in fuel economy, but not all automakers were happy about this. He had some words for the industry's leadership and called them, quote, foolish executives, end quote.
We've talked about this already.
We have indeed, but they when we talked about it before, they were talking about doing this. Now they've done it.
Now he's done it.
And the big thing here is California and a number of states have got a right, which was signed into law, to have different standards than the federal standards, and the California standards are more
rigid.
More rigid. And this was something that was a I don't know that it was signed into law, but it was agreed to. It was a formal agreement. And
California and a few other states.
Well, it was
with different drummer.
Yeah, and
in California, it's understandable. They want to clean up the air.
That's right. And California is big enough that if they set standards, the auto companies can work on that standard. This is
Silver Linings Playbook, Coronavirus Edition.
This is a picture of an empty beach, and it was a NASA image. And if you look at that image, Tom, tell me how NASA managed to take that from outer space. Anyway, With the pandemic, we're in the middle of a global wake-up call. That's what this article says. But it doesn't mean it's not possible to look forward and see what we'll gain by waking up. Some things will be minor compared to the damage of COVID-19, but some things will be major. What are the silver linings? Okay.
We got a whole list here.
They sure do.
Oh, I guess we got enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Well, there's about 7 or 8 of them here.
Okay.
First one is the world has awakened to the fragility of oil and gas as underpinnings of the economy.
Yes.
And the second one, we accept that collective action and sacrifice are necessary to solve global problem.
Yes.
A third one, this is interesting because it's different from the other two. More people are wearing face masks.
Yes.
The second one's kind of related to that. The handshake as an indicator of leadership strength is probably dead now.
Right.
They're telling you don't shake hands.
Don't shake hands. You know, I don't even like bumping elbows, which is what some people are doing.
Yeah.
I hold my hand out from 6 feet away and say virtual handshake and move it up and down.
Interesting. Well, anti-vaxxers, people against vaccines, have mostly shut up.
Yes.
And Trump, this is an interesting one. Trump's likelihood of a return to the Oval Office in November 2020 has diminished.
I think yes.
And finally, the last one, our global ability to deal with the next pandemic, and they're assuming it's going to happen, it will be much stronger.
Well, I think that's true, and I think we can bet that there will be a pandemic. You know, this problem of what is the next pandemic, epidemic, whatever, you know, was going to come. I've been reading about the next one that was coming for years and years and years. And I remember some time ago reading about the thing saying, the article I was reading saying it was overdue. We have a major pandemic more often than once every century, and they gave a number of years. I don't know, it was 84 years or whatever. But the next pandemic was overdue, and they were talking about the fact that the United States was not prepared for it. And you know, the situation now, we had huge numbers of people are not working. Huge numbers of people have filed for unemployment. Things are not progressing the way that they normally do.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of conspiracy theories about this.
Yes.
They found the biggest one involves a MIT professor, I think he is, and some Chinese guys that were working with him.
Yeah.
And one of the Chinese guys, this happened back in December, got caught smuggling some unknown chemical compounds.
Chemical compounds?
Well, they were chemical compounds affecting things like pandemics.
Really?
And he was taking them to Wuhan.
That's what the conspiracy theory says.
Well, there are facts. The conspiracy theory ties them all together in a sinister manner.
Yeah, well, I have a conspiracy theory. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's father was getting into trouble just before he was born with the FBI, and you can look it up. That was going not the FBI, the IRS. So he wanted to leave the country. So he and his wife went to the Brazilian embassy in Washington, D.C., and at the embassy, she went into labor prematurely, and Donald Trump was actually born at the embassy on Brazilian soil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so he's got to come up with credentials just like he wanted Barack Obama to come up with credentials. I don't know. I mean, you can make these things up. You can just do it. And if we're going to operate our government and our economics on the basis of made up things, it's not going to work. And you'll notice he went from saying this was going to be stopped at the border, the coronavirus, to saying we need $2 trillion with a T. T as in Tommy. We need $2 trillion to fight it. He went that distance in 2 weeks. Now he says he's going to be really happy if only 100,000 people die of it in the United States.
Wow.
And you know, it's like the misinformation that was out there the various news organizations that blow Donald Trump's horn for him were just passing information that was whatever it was, and we're in a complete. But the point that I'm trying to make is he promised $2 trillion into the economy, and what happened to the stock market? Not much. It was kind of saying ho hum.
Contemplate that. That's kind of interesting,
isn't it? You know, I don't know what to say about it. I'm sitting at my computer right now, and I can look at the Dow Jones Index. And it is at 20,995, which is about 9,000 below what it was at the peak about 6 weeks ago. And you know, if I look at it for the last month, yeah, there was a little bit of a rise, not a huge rise, when they started really getting serious about that. But it went up from 18,500 to 20,900. But you know, it's not. You'd think that with $2 trillion coming, they'd be all excited and happy, but I just don't see it.
One might think, but you know, stuff goes on there that you and I aren't privy to.
Well, that's true. And you know, the stock market's idea about what's going to happen and everybody else's are two different things.
Well, people think of the stock market as a whole bunch of people buying shares, and the reality is that most of the stock market is bought by organization.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, they're investor groups, stuff like that.
Yeah, mutual funds. Retirement funds.
Absolutely.
Unions.
And well, I guess you could call mutual funds agglomerations of investors, but that's what they are.
That's what they are. Yeah. Okay, Tom, I think we're at the end of our show now.
Well, we've done a little bit more than an hour. We've done about an hour and 5 minutes, so.
Including about 5 minutes that I think Brian's going to have to remove.
He's going to have to just cut it off.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And the note is, at the end of this, have a perfectly untroubled week. We hope
that'd be a good idea.
Our watchers are able to be careful about the coronavirus and prevent themselves successfully from getting it. Because
my battery on the phone has survived, which is good news.
I will predict that it'll be back another day.
I think it will. Well, where it stands, it recharges automatically anyhow.
Okay. Well, goodbye, everybody, and come back next time.
Adios, amigos.
you.